will be Advocate as Skippers, and may I then ask the parties to place themselves on record, starting with the complainant.
Chairperson, can I just check, would you like the complainant herself to place herself on record, or her representatives?
No.
Just her representatives, yes. Chairperson, I am Nasreen Rajabalinda. I appear instructed by the Women's Legal Centre. I'm here to advise the complainant in this matter.
Yes, for the respondent, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Muzi Skakane SC. I'm the lead counsel, together with Madonsela SC and Ms. Da Silva SC. We here for the respondent, briefed by the attorneys KMNS Incorporated. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. For the benefit of everybody, including the media especially, who have been allowed to be in here in terms of the ruling that I handed down a few weeks ago, let me clarify the procedure to the extent that it is necessary to do so. Firstly, in line with the ruling, we are going to have some parts of the proceedings open to the public, like now, and at some point we will return to the default position, meaning that the hearings will be in camera. The tribunal will try to assist as far as possible, to assist the legal representative and also the media for their benefit, to try and indicate at which point the public hearing would cease, and at what point the in-camera hearing will commence. For the benefit of the parties, generally speaking, and I'm saying generally speaking because I assume that you have duly acquainted yourselves with the ruling, and of course the papers, and the media, of course, I assume that they've acquainted themselves with the ruling. Generally speaking, therefore, we are going to conduct proceedings to a point where we will stop. Once we reach a point where the public will have to be excused. In broad terms, looking at the papers, it would appear as though we would deal with the interaction or exchange of WhatsApp messages from about maybe June 2021 to about maybe February or May 2022. We know that particularly after June 2022, there was a long pause with regard to the interaction between the parties until November. So, as I said, generally speaking, we will deal with WhatsApp messages and interactions that started from the beginning until about February or May. I don't want to be precise about that. Subject to this, that those WhatsApp messages in that period, which the respondents denies came from him, or denies that they came from his cell phone, those ones we will not be dealt with in public, but in camera. As I said, we expect as the panel that the parties would have acquainted themselves with the ruling and the papers especially. But that is a broad indication. In other words, this is a hybrid situation, and the matter must therefore have to be conducted accordingly. This would mean, and I want to state this in advance so that the parties can prepare their notes and themselves accordingly for purposes of cross-examination. Excuse me. This would mean that the witness will testify, the complainant will testify in public in respect of those areas that I've outlined, finish her evidence in chief or a complaint in chief, after which she would then be cross-examined in respect of that area that falls within a public hearing. After some time, we may move into the next phase, that is in camera. She may be recalled, and possibly so to the complainant. I don't know who is going to actually testify or not. I don't know. We will see how proceedings unfold. Just suffice it to say that after she has finished her evidence in chief on the complaint with regard to matters falling under a public hearing, she will be open to cross-examination, again in public, in respect of that area. Thereafter, the tribunal will give directive regarding the further conduct of proceedings. If there is anyone who doesn't understand, please say so. And if there are members of the media who don't understand and they don't want to find themselves on the wrong side of the ruling and therefore the law, please approach Mbali for clarification. If she's not clear, she will come to us. We'll clarify whatever you want to be clarified. Thank you. Advocate Skippers, you, or should I wait until somebody ask a question for clarification?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. It's not a clarification. It's an issue that relates to whether or not the ruling. But I do think, I'm new in the matter, but I've read, but I do think it's a matter I would like to raise in chambers first with the panel. I think we should have. It's something I can raise here, but I think the decent thing to do is I've told my learned friend, Ms. Raja Butlander, but it relates to the impracticality of the ruling for the proceedings, and I would like to tell the panel what our stance is, but I would like to do that in chambers. I'm so sorry not to have raised it there when we're introducing each other.
Okay, all right. Let's shelve that for a while and proceed to hear whether there are other questions or queries that need to be clarified now before we adjourn into chambers to prosecute the issue that you're raising. I don't see any hand, and therefore we are going to adjourn. How many days do you are going to take in seeing us in chambers?
How many days? I hope it will be less than a day.
Okay, just for the public, I'm sure in 10 minutes' time we should be back.
Yes,
yeah, in 10 minutes' time we'll be back. Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sikakane. I think what you should do about the issues you saw us in chambers on, I think you should make formal submissions in that regard, just for the purpose of record.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just start by saying there is a ruling, and this ruling stands, and it's a ruling that was sought and opposed, and I think the submissions I'm going to make are no attack on the ruling in any way. But as the chairperson and the panel will know, I'm new in the matter, but clients keep looking at what is actually in the public interest to do and what is practicable. And one of the issues when we must determine to the panel as to which issue must be done public and which one must be done in camera, it becomes difficult, not just for counsel, it can become burdensome even for the witnesses who may have to be cross-examined, re-examined twice because the issues are intertwined. And so when looking at those practicalities and knowing that without any attack on the ruling, it's as good as it was sought, this panel is permitted to determine its procedures. And our view, having looked at the practicalities, is that, and what exactly is in the interest of the public and the judiciary, our submission is that the matter be ventilated publicly if the panel is so inclined. Of course, this was an issue I had with other 6 preliminary issues that I was to raise in stating that we are ready to proceed, but I thought maybe let me end with that one. But as I said, I don't want anyone to misconstrue our submissions as some kind of undermining of the ruling. No, we just think practically we are in your hands, but we would prefer that every issue be ventilated here publicly. Thank you, Chair. I may leave this issue first before I proceed to the other ones that we were going to do when each one of us starts. Thank you, Chair.
Are those other issues related to the issue of whether or not some parts of the hearing being public or in hearing, or is something different?
Not at all, not at all.
We need to dispose of this one
This,
first.
we can dispose of this issue
All right.
independently.
Okay, right. Advocate Bartlett.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, you will recall that the complainant wished for these proceedings to be publicly held. She has indicated that she recognizes how difficult that will be for her, but that already her matter has been ventilated in public, and so she wishes the opportunity to clear her name and to place her version on record. So we certainly would welcome a ruling that this matter be heard openly and that the media be entitled to report fully on the evidence. In addition, we do believe that transparency in a process such as this, which is important, it's sensitive, and it is the first of its kind, is particularly important. So we would support such a
I think those aspects you submitted
yes.
before the ruling, and the ruling has dealt with them.
Yes.
So
and
don't re-argue them, because they didn't convince the ruling, the consultation to say otherwise. So don't re-argue the merits of your argument. I just wanted to hear your response to that proposition.
Yes. No, we agree with the proposition by Advocate Sikakane.
Yes,
We think that it should
you.
be public. We respect that the ruling has been made, and we respect the ruling. But we would agree that it should be
Thank
held
you.
from
Yes.
a practical perspective.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Mr. Sikakane, let us be clear as to what the procedure here is and what the issue is. The fact of the matter is that there's a ruling which stands. So, in effect, what you're doing, and this is how I see your proposition, you are bringing in new facts which were not there at the time when the ruling was made. And that new fact is relevant, and that new fact is this. the respondent no longer objects against the matter being heard publicly. That is a new development that's coming, which was not there when the ruling was made. It was the opposite. Now, the question is, in light of this new development, is the tribunal inclined to persist with the ruling, or is the tribunal inclined not only to listen to this new development, but also to consider it, and having considered it, feels persuaded to move from the default position to a public hearing? I make this point because let us be very clear about this. The ruling was not necessarily meant to protect a particular individual, but the image of the judiciary, which was why the law says, as the president of the tribunal, I must consult with the Chief Justice on this issue, because the Chief Justice is the ultimate protector of the image of the judiciary. Now, we have noted your point. I think this is the same point that you made when we were in chambers, essentially, namely that your client no longer, for whatever reasons, no longer objects against the matter being heard publicly. And I must put a rider there that we note and respect your client's position. We don't want to go into the reasons why, because we may find that some of the reasons, including what I would describe as imagined problems as a result of a hybrid situation, may actually not arise. But that is besides the point. The important thing is you are saying to us, for whatever reasons, your client has no objection against the matter being heard in public. And that's the point on which you came to see us. You haven't added anything to it. You have succinctly summarized what you have told us in chambers. It is important for me to emphasize that what you have just said is exactly what told us in chambers. Because after you told us what you said in chambers, in accordance with the Act, I reconsulted with the Chief Justice telephonically, because I'm required as the president of the tribunal to determine the procedure as to whether in camera or public. I must do that in consultation with the Chief Justice. If you are to address to me now and I suddenly decide otherwise, it will be irregular. So on the basis of what you told me, I reconsulted with the Chief Justice telephonically and presented the facts to her. And after that consultation is going to be born, possibly, an amended ruling. But that's the procedure where it is now. But I think some members may want to ask questions to you about this.
I just want to know, why did you wait until such a late stage? Because this has been ongoing for quite some time, and now right at the beginning of the hearing, you come and you request that it be, I think on the 9th of January, whilst the ruling was given and nobody said anything about it. And the ruling was given to protect the judiciary more than it was to protect your client, I think. But your client was protected because the ruling was in favor of your client as well. But I just wanted to know, why did you take so long to come to this decision? I mean, your client has been represented by senior counsel throughout.
Thank you, Judge Torres. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I don't even want to use the excuse that I was briefed the day before Christmas. I'm new in the matter. It's no sufficient reason. But preparation for a hearing sometimes is the one that reveals certain things that may not assist in determining a matter. And I think this was birthed by that kind of preparation, apart from the fact that I was new and have a different perspective about how practical this would be. So while I apologize for my client that it was raised and my attorneys, but it was not because of any shoddiness. It was because in preparation in getting to deal with this use, you certainly have to take into account the prejudices, the impracticalities of doing things. And lastly, I'm not the determinant of this, and you also have to consider what exactly is in the interest of the judiciary. Is it when something is hidden and therefore there is speculation out there about it, or is to open it up for people to see what it is that is being dealt with so that they can trust the process? So it was a combination of all of those, but really about why it was late, I think it's partly because of the intricacies of preparing for something that is like this, that's emotional, that's detailed, that no one knows which is the right way to do them. And my late involvement, which came with another perspective that, well, I don't think I can cross-examine to and fro, in and out, public and not public. Those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Sikakane.
Thank you.
Well, we understand you came late in the matter, Mr. Sikakane, and it's a complex matter with many ramifications. Now, here comes the ruling, or non-ruling. This morning, as we commence proceedings, Albert Sikakane, for the respondent, asked for an adjournment so that he could come and see us in chambers about a particular issue. We duly adjourned, and he came to see us in chambers, and it turned out that the issue that he wanted to raise was exactly the issue that he had just raised now as a result of my giving him the floor, which, as we all know now, is that his client's position, that is the respondent's position, has changed from opposing the matter being heard in public with the media allowed to the opposite direction, to say that let the matter be open to the public in all respects. And after he had told this to the tribunal in chambers, as the president of the tribunal, and indeed as required by law, I duly consulted, or to put it properly, more accurately, I duly reconsulted with the Chief Justice telephonically about this particular issue. We did have quite some substantive discussion about this particular issue. But at the end of the day, we have come to a conclusion, which I'm now conveying as the president of the tribunal after that consultation, which is that the matter will be heard in public. The entire matter will be heard in public. The ruling, as my colleague has indicated, was emphatic about protecting the image of the judiciary. But we do not want to pretend, by we I mean me and the Chief Justice, we don't want to pretend to know the parties' case better than the parties themselves. If both parties, including the one we had objected against, the matter being heard publicly, is of the view that it will not harm the public if the entire matter is heard in public, precisely because we don't know every aspect of their case at this stage. We feel persuaded towards inclining to allow the matter to be heard in public. I think that explanation was given, and should the need arise, more reasons may be given. But suffice it to say that after that reconsultation, and bearing in mind the position now lately adopted by the respondent, who must be fully conversant of every single merit of their case, of his case, we are inclined to do so. Accordingly, the following ruling is made. The hearing of this matter will be held publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. I've prepared an opening statement just to place ourselves up to speed of what this tribunal is going to take on. This proceedings that commences here today before this tribunal are unprecedented in the history of South Africa. This is the inaugural instance in which the tribunal has been established to investigate allegations of sexual harassment against a sitting judge of President of the High Court. This has never been done before. This tribunal was established pursuant to the Judicial Service Commission Act, following the ruling by a Judicial Conduct Committee appointed by the former Chief Justice. The then Chief Justice established the JCC in terms of Sections 8, 9, and 10 of the Judicial Services Commission Act. The JCC then conducted a process in terms of Section 16.4 of the JSC Act to determine whether a prima facie case of misconduct had been established against Judge President Mbenenge, and to further determine if that conduct amounts to gross misconduct. Having concluded its process, the JCC then found that the complaint establishes a prima facie case which, if substantiated, is likely to result in a finding of gross misconduct. It therefore recommended that this tribunal be established in terms of Section 19 of the Act. In accordance with Section 25.1 and Section 26 of the JSC Act, and as mandated by Chapter 3 of the Act, this tribunal has been established with the responsibility of regulating these proceedings and conducting an inquiry into the allegations of misconduct, gross misconduct, by 1, collecting evidence, 2, conducting a formal hearing, 3, making findings of fact, and 4, making a determination on the merits of the allegations. The complaint before this tribunal is that Judge President Mbenenge sexually harassed the complainant and that this constitutes gross misconduct. The complainant asserts that she endured sexual harassment in multiple forms, including the receipt of sexually suggestive messages through social media, and that will be on the platform WhatsApp, inappropriate comments and gestures regarding her physical appearance made in person while at court, and a specific incident within the Judge President's office during which he made sexual remarks and gestures of a similarly inappropriate nature. The Judge President has already admitted to engaging with the complainant on social media platforms in a way which was clearly sexual and clearly inappropriate for the most senior judge in the division. Furthermore, it is important to note that the complainant is among the most junior members of the court administration. The inherent power imbalance between the complainant and the Judge President is a critical factor in understanding and evaluating the evidence to be presented during these proceedings. The evidence before the tribunal: the complainant will provide testimony before this tribunal which will establish that the engagement between herself and the Judge President occurred without her consent. Her account will clearly demonstrate that the interaction was not flirtatious but rather was unwanted by her. She will testify that she tried to make this clear to the Judge President on several occasions, but the Judge President intentionally disregarded her boundaries and persisted in his pursuit of a sexual relationship with her. It is the responsibility of this tribunal to fully comprehend the complexities surrounding sexual harassment and sexual violence, particularly in the workplace, and to evaluate these claims through that nuanced lens. The tribunal must take into account the significant power dynamics at play in this case As a judge president, he holds substantial influence over the entire judiciary in the Eastern Cape. Despite this power, the judge president never sought to establish whether the complainant was willing to engage in a consensual relationship. Instead, the complainant will testify that when she requested a meeting with him to address his inappropriate behavior, she ultimately withdrew her request after the judge president reiterated his desire for intimacy, even though she had explicitly rejected such advances on more than one occasion. It is crucial for the tribunal to recognize that sexual harassment is not a neatly defined or straightforward complaint. It will be like no other complaint a tribunal of this nature has had to investigate, as sexual harassment and sexual violence often happen in secret, especially in the workplace. This secrecy often affords perpetrators a sense of impunity and casts doubt on the credibility of complainants when they eventually come forward. During the course of these proceedings, several witnesses will be called to testify. These may include current judges from the Eastern Cape Judiciary. While these witnesses may testify what they heard or were informed of, none will be able to offer direct knowledge of whether the alleged sexual harassment took place. If we look at sexual harassment within the South African legislative framework, sexual harassment is a well-recognized issue within the South African legal landscape, and its definition is outlined in the new Code of Good Practice on the Prevention and Elimination of Harassment in the Workplace, dated 2022. The Code defines sexual harassment as unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature that infringes upon an employee's rights and creates a barrier to equality in the workplace. Key factors in evaluating such conduct include whether the harassment is based on prohibited grounds, such as sex, gender, or sexual orientation, whether the conduct was unwelcome, the nature and the extent of the conduct, and the impact the conduct had on the employee. South African jurisprudence has developed a robust body of case law that interprets sexual harassment and examines its underlying causes and consequences. Through a testimony, the complainant will illustrate that the judge president's conduct was of an explicit sexual nature, unwelcome per her, and impacted on her ability to work in a safe and dignified environment. Her evidence will show that there is a common thread throughout the WhatsApp messages, being that the conversations were one-sided and always initiated by the judge president. The evidence presented will guide the tribunal through the WhatsApp exchanges between the complainant and the judge president. This evidence will reveal a distinct pattern in the judge president's behavior. The judge president consistently initiated the conversations, which typically began with neutral topics such as work-related matters or comments on the complainant's social media status updates. Once a complainant was engaged in the conversation, the judge president would shift the tone and initiate sexual advances. The complainant will testify that, aware of the power imbalance in the relationship and fearful of potential repercussions on her career, she felt compelled to respond in a manner that would placate the judge president while simultaneously attempting to dismiss his sexual advances. Further testimony from the complainant will illustrate the persistent nature of the sexual advances, messages, and images she received from the judge president. Crucially, all of these interactions were non-consensual. While there may be minor inconsistencies in dates and chronology to the original complaint as made by the complainant, the evidence she produces will show that any inconsistencies only exist by mistake on part of her recollection. In fact, the additional evidence as retrieved throughout this tribunal process will prove that where she may have referred to an incorrect date, the messages bear her out as to the events which occur, albeit on a different date. The tribunal should therefore not be distracted by technical discrepancies that do not detract from the underlying misconduct of the judge president. This tribunal operates within an inquisitorial framework, not as a court of law, and as such, the standard of proof is based on a balance of probabilities as outlined in the Judicial Service Commission Act. In determining whether the judge president is guilty of misconduct, the tribunal must also consider the relevant provisions of the Judicial Code of Conduct. The Judicial Code of Conduct, the prevailing standard for judicial conduct which judges must adhere to, explicitly states that any willful or grossly negligent breach of the code may amount to misconduct which will lead to disciplinary action. Article 5 speaks to the requirement of judicial officers to act honorably and in a manner befitting the judicial office. The Code expressly notes and extends such behavior to the professional and private life of judicial officers and mandates them to act in a manner that enhances public trust in or respect for the judiciary and the judicial system. Article 5 specifically states that such conduct is to be assessed objectively through the eyes of a reasonable person. A judge's conduct is assessed by how a reasonable member of the public would view such conduct. Judges are held to a higher standard than ordinary employees. Therefore, the question that this tribunal must ask itself is whether, when viewed objectively, the JP's conduct, even if only that conduct to which he concedes, amounts to misconduct and a breach of the Code of Conduct for judicial officers. In making this assessment, the reasonable person includes a person working within the court and specifically those working in the division run by the JP. Additionally, the tribunal must consider whether a reasonable person would retain confidence in the honesty and integrity of the judiciary when a senior, married judge engages in such conduct with one of the most junior members of his staff. In conclusion, the issue before the tribunal is whether the conduct of Judge President Mbenenge amounts to sexual harassment, gross misconduct, and an impeachable offence. The tribunal must assess this on the balance of probabilities, carefully considering all the evidence presented. The question the tribunal is faced with is whether it is suitable and appropriate for the Judge President of a division, a married man, leader in the community and church, and father figure to engage in the persistent and unwanted sexual conduct of a junior legal professional. The tribunal must also consider the significant power imbalance in the workplace, particularly between a senior figure like the Judge President and the junior employee, and how this power dynamic may have influenced the complainant's responses and a fear of reprisal, victimization, or job loss should she have rejected the advances. A consensual relationship, as understood under the law, is one that is explicitly stated, mutual, and unequivocally expressed by both parties. The complainant will testify that she never initiated any of the sexual advances, made repeated attempts to dismiss them, and even sought the courage to confront the Judge President by requesting a meeting with him. Her evidence will show that despite the repeated refusals, including an explicit denial of any desire for intimacy, the Judge President continued his sexual advances. On the Judge President's own version, at Volume 1, page 169, paragraph 50 of the tribunal record, he acknowledges that he may have been mistaken and apologizes for his conduct. At the very least, on his own version and admission of conduct through messages and the WhatsApp evidence of unsolicited sexual images sent by him, the Judge President has admitted to most gross conduct and to conduct that brings the judiciary into disrepute. Even the conduct admitted to by him is in direct contravention of the Code of Judicial Conduct as outlined in Article 5 above. It cannot be acceptable for a Judge President to persist with sexual advances when on his own version he was not sure that there was consent. Ultimately, a review of all the evidence will show that the Judge President's conduct clearly constitutes gross misconduct.
seem to be burning to say something, Mr. Sikakane.
Burning, I'm not burning, but there were preliminary issues I had said I was to present together with the first one that has been determined. But I'm not burning.
Oh,
not
okay.
Yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I think it's appropriate for us as tribunal to say that, let it be clear, this is not, what is right here is clearly comes from the lead of evidence. And let it also be made quite clear that at this stage we do not necessarily agree with everything she's saying in a statement. That said, go ahead.
Thank you. Chair, we will let the case crystallize, and we will make our statement on the merit when the case has crystallized. The issues I wanted to raise, if one would call housekeeping, and they're not going to delay anything. It's just for the evidence leader to take note of because they're outstanding, but they're not for the panel. I think it's first is the fact that I think we've submitted our 2 files, which are the respondents' files. Secondly, they are outstanding issues. That is the witnesses to be subpoenaed, and that clarity, I think the evidence leader will know which ones are outstanding. We have no clarity as to that. Linked to that particular issue is a letter that is necessitated by a recent correspondence from Ms. Muretwa on the issue of witnesses, and we that when they do that, because that also includes an issue of what necessitated by Ms. Muretwa's recent correspondence, the former CJ Raymond Zondo be subpoenaed, and also the other issue is what was unresolved was an identification parade, and where one doesn't know what happened to that. I think she was to do that. And then the other thing was the viewing of footage. There is no joint minute in this regard, but I think that can be talked about. And the tribunal, in our view, should view the footage itself. And lastly, that there are further downloads of cell phones that relate to particular dates. And I think the expert, I think it's Mello, will have to deal with it. So I'm raising that's for the dates, the 28th of June in particular, and the 18th of September 2022. 28th of June 2022 and 18th September 2022. Chair, I was raising this so that at least there is clarity about what is outstanding, but it does not delay the process. As to our opening statement, we will hear what the case is, let it crystallize, and we'll make our statement at the right time. And Chair, I just mean one thing. We do this about who's leading because in proceedings like this, the evidence leader does not represent the complainant. And we raise this because it's an important oversight in this country about what the evidence leader does. We raise these issues because the evidence leader does not represent the complainant, but helps this process, helps us, helps you crystallize the evidence. It's that old principle that a prosecutor, even a prosecutor, is not here to vociferously seek a conviction. So we raise this because most of the witnesses, in fact all, belong to her. She must lead them to assist this process, and we would require the list when it's finished. Can I just take a... My learned colleague reminds me that we will give a list of these outstanding things in a form of a letter. We will give it to the evidence leader, and the panel will get a copy thereof. Thank you.
We will deal with them as they come. Hopefully they will come with a full explanation so why you did not raise them all along and only raise them now.
We have. They were raised. That's why I call them outstanding.
Let me deal with one of them.
Yes.
You call them outstanding, and it may well be that it's somebody's fault that they are outstanding. We'll deal with each one of them if and when they come.
Thank you, Chair.
You referred to a list of witnesses. I think 3 or 4 months ago, I asked the parties to submit list of witnesses shortly after or prior to the hearing. Your side, in other words, your side was also asked to submit a list of witnesses. 3 or 4 months ago, you submitted them only last week. You gave reasons. There were reasons. I've seen some reasons, totally unconvincing and unacceptable reasons why you were not able to comply with the directive that you must submit a list of witnesses within that given time. I've read some flimsy reasons why the names were not given. So you need to be very careful when you try to suggest that there has been some neglect of duty on the part of the lead of evidence to arrange for the calling of witnesses. You submitted a list of about 10, 11, I don't know, hopefully not 100 witnesses, only last week. We did our best to issue subpoena and have them served on those witnesses as best we could, because you submitted the list only 2 weeks ago, or in fact last week. So we need to be very careful when you raise some of these issues. The tribunal is still, to this day, being owed an explanation, if not as a matter of courtesy, but certainly as a matter of law. Why many months ago we asked you to submit a list of evidence, and then your side, you are not in the matter, but the list was not given. As I repeat again, some unconvincing reasons were given as to why the list of witnesses could not be given. Not even one, not even two. I can tell you, after the Secretariat received your belated request for to subpoena certain witnesses, they contacted me, and we tried our best telephonically to try and meet your request to subpoena those people, and we did our best. So we need to be very careful before we throw stones here. There are a few other things that may still arise in the manner in which these proceedings were conducted, or in fact, accurately, failed to be conducted. As for these other things, Zondo and the like, we'll deal with them as they come. I'm not sure in what context Zondo should be subpoenaed. But as for the other things, the identification parade, I don't want to respond to that, because, except to say this, for you to know to conduct an identification parade, you had to know who was on duty on that day. For you to know who was on duty on that day, you must be given a date of the parade. It's an open issue as to whether or not we have got a particular date of whether a particular incident happened on this or some other day. These are the issues that we hope to deal with as we go along. We don't want to try to solve them in anticipation. The matter must be allowed to take its course, and we'll deal with those issues as they come. You may have to explain to me about the issue of subpoenaing the former Chief Justice. I'm not clear about it.
May I speak? Chair?
The context.
Yes, Chair. Chair, let me start here. The use of the word outstanding issues, and then I must address it to my learned friend, Advocate Skippers. It was not, these are issues outstanding. I did not intend to say she's not done her job. I was saying these are the issues that will be dealt with because we have in there outstanding. If I communicated that I'm suggesting that she has not done her job, no. I can't speak for why issues are late. I'll take instructions. But I was not attacking her at all. I hear that the chairperson may have misconstrued the use of the word outstanding. It was not directed at her. So I can't answer for that, but I can answer for the fact that the lateness, I don't want to argue the merits of this point, but the lateness of the letter that seeks to subpoena the former Chief Justice is necessitated by another letter that has come from an official in that office who states certain facts that can only be ascertained with the former Chief Justice himself. But I don't want to argue the matter. I was just raising it. And I'm sorry again to Ms. Skeppers if my raising of this issue was suggesting she hasn't done a job. That was not the message. Thank you.
Yes. You are going to, when the time comes, you are going to have to make out a case for the subpoenaing of the former Chief Justice.
I will, Chair.
It's not just there for the taking. You'll have to make out a case for that. And you'll have to consider the relevance of his evidence, the importance of his evidence to the issue that is before us. You'll be given the opportunity to do that in due course.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Skeppers, we can proceed with the evidence.
Thank you, Chair. I think Advocate Raja Budlander would like to address the panel before we start.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. And
There are always teething problems when a matter starts, so
absolutely.
we will all have to be patient.
Yes,
Why?
absolutely. May I proceed, Chair? Thank you. My thanks to the tribunal for permitting us to address you very briefly at the outset of these proceedings. I wanted to simply place on record our role in these proceedings. That has become even more clear just in relation to the submissions that Mr. Sikakane has just made when he raised the question of who represents the complainant in these proceedings. The simple answer, for the avoidance of any doubt, is that I represent the complainant, instructed by the Women's Legal Center. But this is not a trial, and the Act here requires that the evidence leader's role is to collect the evidence and to present the evidence to the tribunal. That doesn't mean, in my view, that the evidence leader may not form view on the evidence that she collects, and there's a nuance here that one can debate and argue in due course to the extent that that's necessary, but I don't propose to do that, and I don't think that this is the moment to do that. What I simply want to say is the following. We have heard from the evidence leader, and on behalf of the complainant, we agree that under the Judicial Service Commission Act, the objects of the tribunal are to conduct an inquisitorial process and to inquire into whether the allegations against the judge president give rise to a finding on a balance of probabilities that he's guilty of gross misconduct. What that would require is for this tribunal to make findings of fact and to report on those findings to the Judicial Services Commission. So it is within the discretion of this tribunal to decide how these proceedings are to be run. We've heard already that, and we're aware that these proceedings are the first of their kind in South Africa, but it's not only the first of a kind, it is these proceedings concern sexual harassment, and we know that sexual harassment is a particularly nuanced, difficult issue to adjudicate because of the nature of the allegations and the impact that testimony has on both parties concerned. Sexual harassment is a form of violence against women in the workplace. So what happens during these proceedings and this hearing will send a message to South Africans about how the judiciary deals with sexual harassment and whether victims of sexual harassment in our courts feel confident about raising their complaints through this process. We accept fully that these proceedings today are to test the facts in this complaint and as they relate to the complainant and Judge President Mbenenge. But in our submission, it is important to record and recognize at the outset that this complaint does not arise in a vacuum. and that that context is relevant to how the evidence that this tribunal will hear in the coming days must be evaluated. This complaint happens in the context that sexual violence against women is pervasive in the legal profession, and more broadly.
I don't understand what you're talking about, Advocate Butland. We're here to hear a particular complaint, a particular issue. We have been enjoined by the JSC to come and address a particular issue. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Chairperson, what I'm asking this tribunal to take notice of is the fact that the way in which the evidence must be evaluated, the evidence that is presented to you, happens in a context. One must be aware of that context, and one cannot pretend that this is simply...
But we will do so when the time comes.
Yes, I have no
There's
doubt.
There's no evidence before us. How can we evaluate evidence? I'm desperately trying for us to get started and hear the evidence. I'm not so sure what your problem is, quite frankly.
No, Chairperson, I don't have a problem, but I am here representing the complainant. The complainant in a process such as this does not have her own voice in the process. To that extent, what I was getting to was that the Act requires that the evidence leader will collect the evidence and present that evidence to this tribunal. I will not be leading witnesses. I will not be cross-examining witnesses. This is the opportunity that I have to address this tribunal, and I thank you for that. On behalf of the complainant, we simply wish to say that this process, we ask that this process takes place in a way that is cognizant of the context in which it comes to you, and that it respects and protects her rights to be treated in a respectful manner during these proceedings. And let me be clear, I am not suggesting at all that this tribunal will not do so, but I simply wish to place that on record. Our role then, and the Women's Legal Centre's role, they deal with complaints of this type on a daily basis. And so as we see our role, it's to provide support to the complainant and to be available to the tribunal to the extent necessary. And so in due course, what we will ask this tribunal to permit us to do is to make oral and or written submissions at the end of the evidence to contextualize the complaint and the evidence. Those are the only issues I wanted to raise, Chairperson. It's nothing more than that. I thank you for the time.
I may have to assure you about something, but let me first consult with members of the panel. Advocate Butland, it may well be that after the lead of evidence has led the evidence, it may well be that I'm trying to address a concern that seems to be there at the back of your mind. It may well be that you may be given the platform to put questions to your client if you feel there are certain important aspects which the lead of evidence didn't cover, which you would like to cover. with your client. Does that address some of your concerns?
Chairperson, it's not really a concern of mine. I have full faith in the evidence leader. Our bigger concern is that this is the process that all complainants will face in similar matters. And not all of them will have access to pro bono legal services or the Women's Legal Center. So it is important to us that this process runs as the Act anticipates that it will run. And we thank you for that opportunity. I'll take instructions. And if you would permit me to raise that issue down the line, should we need to ask questions. It wasn't necessarily an enormous question at the back of my mind, because we do, as I say, have full faith in the evidence leader in running this process. Thank you.
Well, I'm putting that to you because in the context that earlier we asked the parties, the legal representatives, whether they prefer to lead their own clients. And the respondent's choice was that he would like to be led. Would like his evidence to be led by his legal representative. So one would imagine that you could easily have said so yourself, but you prefer to rather use the lead of evidence. That being so, raises the possibility for you, once the lead of evidence has finished, if you feel that from consultation you have had with your client, there are certain areas which have not been properly covered, then you can do so, provided it will be, of course, before the cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate that.
Is there something else again before we start?
Chairperson, if I may just for certainty, according to the rules regulating the proceedings here today, Rule 7, Sub-Rule 2, says the evidence leader may then examine the witnesses which he or she intends to call to prove that the respondent is suffering from an incapacity, is grossly incompetent, or is guilty of gross misconduct, and may adduce such evidence as may be admissible. And relate with that, 7, Sub-Rule 5, the respondent may examine the witnesses which he or she intends to call to refute the allegations against him or her, and may adduce such other evidence as may be admissible. So I hear what Advocate Sikakane is saying now, that they want me to call their witnesses. But according to the rules regulating these proceedings, the evidence leader's role is to lead all the evidence to prove the complaint, and the respondent's legal representatives must lead the witnesses to refute the claim. The problem is I haven't consulted with their witnesses because they are actually not my witnesses, and I will not call them to prove the case. So I just need clarity on that.
Let us not run ahead ourselves. Those witnesses may be there, they may not come. Let's not spend time talking about witnesses which are not before us. We will deal with that part when it comes. Let us deal with what is here in front of us now, please. In any event, the rule, or is the Act, says the tribunal has the power to determine its own procedure. So we have got the power to determine our own procedure as to who should stand up and who should sit down, who should speak, who should shut up. We have got that power. We'll deal with those things, please. Now, somebody must speak up now. Let us hear the evidence. Please, shall we get started?
We can start, Chairperson. I would like to then call the complainant to the witness stand, Andiswa Mengo. She will be assisted by an interpreter as well, a Xhosa interpreter.
your full names, please. Your full names, please. All right. Before you sit down, let us just go through one step. Do you have any objection against taking an oath?
Phambi koba siqhube ndithanda into okokuba sithathe ke isifungo. Ingabe unengxaki nokufunga?
Andinaso, mhlawumbe phambili.
No objection, Chair.
So if that's the case, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Kuba kunjalo ke ingaba uyafunga uba ubungqina bakho buya kuba inyani, inyaniso yonke, inyaniso yodwa. Kuba kunjalo uphakamise isandla sakho sase-right uthi ndincede Thixo.
Ndiyakwenza njalo ndincede Thixo ndithethe nyani.
Sworn in, Chair.
Yes, you may be seated now.
Ungahlala phansi.
If you can, Ms. Mendo, if you can, please try to. If you can, please try to speak as loudly as possible. Don't just whisper to the interpreter. Speak loud enough so that we can all hear, and those who understand. This it goes as well. So that, importantly, your legal representative should hear you and should be able to tell whether what is being interpreted is accurate or not. But if you don't speak loud enough, they may not be able to pick that up. Are you having some touch of flu? It seems that you struggle with your voice.
Ukuba unako ke isicelo sithi sicela uphakamise ukuthetha, uthethe ecacileyo khona ukuze wonke umuntu olapha akwazi ukuva, nalowo uzawuba zindlebe zakho okanye okumeleyo akwazi ukuva ngokupheleleyo, ukwenzela into yoba naxa itolikwa kufumaniseke into yoba kutolikwa kanye le nto ubuyithethile. Nantsi ke enye into ayiqapheleyo umhlali ngaphambili indaba yelizwi lakho. Ufuna uqonda uba ingaba mhlawumbi ikhona ingxaki, ingaba unefiva okanye kwenzeka ntoni?
Andinangxaki nelizwi lami, ilizwi lami lincinci ngendalo.
Okay.
Kodwa xa lingabe li-strained liye libe nokuthanda ukutsha, kodwa ke ndawuzama uba ndikhwaze ndivakale.
I do not have any specific issues with my voice, Chair. I'm not fluish either. However, this is the sound of my voice. It sounds squeaky, and especially if it becomes strained, then it totally goes out. How will I ever indicate when such takes place?
Yes. Thank you. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mbenenge, at the time when you laid this complaint, you were a judge's secretary at the Makanda High Court in the Eastern Cape. Is it still the position? Are you still a judge's secretary stationed at the Makanda High Court?
Ngethuba wawufaka esi sikhalazo wawungunobhala wejaji okanye ke singathi usecretary ngolwasemzini eMakhanda High Court. Ingaba kusenjalo?
Kusenjalo, mhlali ngaphambili.
That is still the case.
When was Makanda your first station where you were appointed?
Ingabi Makhanda lesi sitishi sakho sokuqala apho wawuqeshwe khona okokuqala nqa?
Kunjalo, mhlali ngaphambili.
That is correct, sir.
And when you were appointed there as the judge's secretary, what year was that? And who was the judge president at that stage?
Ngexesha wawuqeshwa khona apho njengosecretary yayinguphi unyaka, ingubani ujaji owusebenza phansi kwakhe?
Kuqala bendingumncedisi kula section okanye kwela candelo ukusukela ngo-2018.
At first, I was an assistant in the section from the year 2018.
Ndiye ke ndaba sisigxina ngonyaka ka-2019 and
I was then permanent in the year 2019.
And Judge President ngelo xesha yayingu Judge President Sangoni.
And at the time, Judge President was the then Judge President Sangoni.
Have you ever been the secretary of any of the judge presidents that you worked under?
Wawukhe wanguye uSecretary okanye unobhala womnye we-judges owawuphantsi kwazo?
Uthetha mhlambi o Judge President noba just mere judges.
Do you mean specifically judge presidents or just any judge general?
Specifically judge presidents.
Uthetha kanye ngo-judge presidents. Ukhona okhe waphansi kwakhe wangu-secretary wakhe?
Andizange kodwa lukhona usuku olunye endandicelwe ngalo uba mandincedise uJudge President Sangoni.
I have never, however, there was a particular day specifically where I was requested to assist JP Sangoni.
Now, when you were working and Judge President Sangoni was the JP at that stage, how did you communicate with him? On what platform, if I can put it like that?
Ngela xesha ke wawuncedisa uJP Sangoni ngela xesha wawunxibelelana njani naye, wawusebenzisa ntoni ukuzama ukunxibelelana naye?
Ndandithetha naye ngokudibana in person ku-chambers.
I would speak to him or communicate with him in person by meeting him in chambers.
Is that the only way of communication that you had?
Kuphela kwendlela leyo ubunayo yokwazi ukunxibelelana naye.
Injalo.
That is correct.
When did the respondent in this matter, when was he appointed as the Judge President in the Eastern Cape?
Loke onesikhalazo ngakuye usingaye ngamanye amazwi uqale nini yena ukusebenza njengo-Judge President eMpuma Koloni?
Andiqinisekanga ngonyaka owaye-appointwe ngawo.
I am not certain of the year of his appointment.
And when he was appointed there, initially, how did you communicate with him at all?
Eqeshweni kwakhe khona apho ke eMpuma Koloni uke waba nalo unxibelelwano naye ngaphambi koko? Ngaphambi kokuqashwa kwakhe?
Phambi koba bengu-Judge President ebeyijaji andizange ndithethe naye nangoku sele eqeshwe as uJudge President nge-early stages okanye kumaxesha angaphambili before sithina sithethe khandithethe naye.
I had not had any communication with him even before he was appointed as a Judge President. And during the early times of his appointment as a Judge President, I had not had any communication with him. That's correct.
I'm speaking about the respondent here today, Judge President Mbenenge.
Mamelake, sithetha ngo-Judge President lo esiphambi kwakhe namhlanje uJP Mbenenge. Thetha ngaye.
And I don't know if you don't understand my question. I'm not asking you if you initiated the communication. Was there communication between you and the respondent?
Andazi ke noba undive kakuhle na andithethi ngohlobo lokokuba mhlawumbi kuthiwe nguwe oqala incoko okanye oqala unxibelelwano naye. Bendifuna nje uqonda uba uke wanalo nithuba apho nike nano nxibelelwano na yena uJP Mbenenge.
Sikhe sanalo.
Yes, we've had communication.
And in the beginning, when you just started there as the judge president, how did you communicate? On what platform, if I can put it like that?
Ngokuya wayeqala esebenza njengo JP uJudge Mbenenge. Niye nalo njani unxibelelwano luqale njani? Kuni nobabini.
Ngoku beqala andikhumbuli kakuhle uqala kwakhe ngoka aqalayo uba ngujudge president. Kodwa ukuthetha kwethu ibikukuthetha kwaxa sibonana mhlawumbi kukho loo nto ayidingayo.
When he started initially, I do not recall having any communication with him. However, when there is such, it will be a situation of us meeting and talking. That will be it. When we see each other, rather.
So does that mean in person?
Ingaba ithi loo nto benithetha xana ngabana nibonana nje umntu ubuso ngobuso.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And how was your relationship in the beginning? Was there any problems between the two of you? Or what is the position?
Bebunjani ubudlelane phakathi kwenu nobabini ekuqaleni? Ezikhe zakhona ingxaki mhlawumbi phakathi kwenu nobabini ekuqaleni?
Hayi zange kwabakho ngxaki.
We had never had problems.
And just for clarity, you say you are appointed as a judge's secretary in Mkanda. Do you only work in Mkanda High Court, or what is the position?
Uthi uqeshiwe njengosecretary wejaji eMakhanda. Ingabe usebenza eMakhanda kuphela okanye isebenza njani lento?
In headquarters ndicela uxolo ngokuthi headquarters nge-English andiyazi ngesixhosa. Headquarters yi-Grahamstown, which is Makhanda High Court, kodwa siye siphume siyosebenza kwezinye indawo.
The headquarters, my apologies for mentioning the English word. I do not know what it's called in isiXhosa. The headquarters, it's basically Grahamstown. There will be times where we will go out and work outside of Grahamstown.
And where is the judge president stationed?
Judge President lo yena uphi apha khwe?
Bekufanele uba nezakhe headquarters yiMakhanda.
It is supposed to be, his headquarters is also supposed to be Makhanda.
If you say his headquarters is in Mkanda, does he only have an office in Mkanda, or is there other places that he also has offices?
Xa usithi i-headquarters zakhe iMakhanda, bekumele uba une-office eMakhanda okanye i-office akuyo ngoku uyakwazi uba abe ulapho nangona uNdlunkulu useMakhanda?
Unayo i-office eMakhanda, unayo i-office nakwezinye courts.
He does have an office in Makhanda. He also does have an office in other courts.
Can you name these other courts?
Zeziphi ke ezinye ezi inkundla ozikhankanyayo khasichazele?
Inkundla ephakamileyo yaseGqeberha.
It's the Port Elizabeth, or rather Gqeberha High Court.
Inkundla ephakamileyo yaseBisho.
High Court Bisho.
Inkundla Local Division, which is it's a circuit court in East London.
It's also a circuit court in East London.
Nenkundla ephakamileyo eseMthatha.
As well as the High Court in Umtata.
Are these also the courts that you worked as a judge's secretary as well?
Ingaba ezi nkundla ke uzikhankanyileyo nazo zinkundla ukhe uye ukusebenza kuzo njengosecretary?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Now, you said initially you did not really interact with him or communicate with him, but if you did so, it was in person. Did that at any stage change?
ubukhe wathi apha ubungenguye umuntu ubuye ube nonxibelelwano naye kodwa ibe ithi biyenzeka lonto yenzeke nithethathethane ubuso ngobuso ike yenzeka leyo nakwesiphina isigaba sokuba nibe niyathetha ubuso ngobuso.
Ewe yenzekile.
Yes, that happened.
What was the circumstances at that stage, and why did it change?
Imeko bezinjani ngelo xesha yaye yintoni eye yabangela into kokubana kube khona utshintsho.
Kuqala ukuze sibe asithethi ngokubonana uze yena andifonele.
Firstly, when it happened to, or when it got to a level of us not talking in person, uqale yena wakufonela.
Ewe nguye uqale.
He first called me. Kuba
Just explain, why did he call you?
khawucacise kuba yintoni isizathu esabangela into bakufonele.
Undifonela kuba kwakukho ingxaki yodushe olwalukhona eMakhanda ngela xesha.
He called me because there was a problem of some fighting or violence that took place in Makhanda at the time.
Isenziwa ngabahlali ke lonto yachaphazela inkonzo.
That was done by public members, which affected services.
And kwakufuneka emotion court ihleli ngalo lwesibini lo.
And the motion court had to sit on that particular Tuesday.
Uxelelwe ke ngomnye advocate.
He was therefore informed by one of the advocates
Ukuba ukhona umuntu esicinga uba angasinceda esimthembileyo.
that there is someone that we highly trust, that we believe could assist or could be of assistance.
And kuba nalomntu uzawukwenza le motion court ngumuntu oyijaji.
And as well as the fact that this person that will be running this court is a judge.
An acting judge, to be specific.
Ucacisa ke ibingujaji wethutyana obambeleyo.
Yabe nabo bona bengamagqwetha beze necebo loba ingenziwa virtually.
And as them in a group of lawyers, they were then able to suggest that this could be conducted virtually.
Uye ke lo advocate lo wamnika inamba yomntu lo bathi bamthembile ke kuye kwacaca uba ndim ke lo.
And that particular lawyer then granted him or gave him the number of the person that they trusted, and it became clear that that person was myself.
So just to be clear, your number was given to the respondent by someone else, and he called you.
Ukucacelwa nje kule ndawo uthi inombolo yakho yanikwa lo ummangaleleyo uba makakufonele.
Kunjalo mhlali ngaphambili.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And according to the papers of the complaint, that was in May 2021, the 25th of May 2021.
Ngokwamaphepha ke inyanga nonyaka yayinguMeyi kumnyaka ka2021.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
So did the respondent ultimately call you?
Ingaba ke kwenzekile njalo lo mmangaleleyo wakufonela.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And I suppose arrangement was made and the virtual hearing then proceeded. Is that correct?
Ndizawucinga uba kamalungiselelo aye enziwa lwazeke udliwano ndlebe olo lwaqhubeka.
Ewe nam futhi ndamqononondisa uba ndiyakwazi ukwenza i-court online and ne-link izawuthunyelwa ndim.
Yes, indeed, it proceeded, and I assured him that I am capable of conducting a court online, and I will make sure that I will be the one handling the link that I'll be sent.
Except for the arrangements that was made between yourself and the judge president, the respondent in this matter, did the conversation go around something else as well?
Ngaphandleni ke kwamalungiselelo la nanithetha-thethana ngawo nalumangaleleyo, ingaba incoko le yaye yajika mhlawumbi yangenye into engenye?
Hayi, zange jike.
No, that day the conversation never changed.
All right, so this virtual hearing then happened, and then an incident happened between yourself and the court manager. And I don't want you to go into details of that incident because that's not relevant to this hearing. What happened after you had this interaction with the court manager? What did you do?
Yenzekile ke le yalento yodliwano ndlebe lu virtually. Kwaba khona into eyayikhona phakathi kwakho no court manager, kodwa kanifuna uba singene nzulu ke kuleyo, kodwa endifuna ukukwazi ukuba kwenzeke ntoni phakathi kwakho no court manager.
Ndicela ukuqala ndithi phambi kokuba kwenzeke loo nto yenzekayo phambi kwam no court manager, kwanyanzeleka uba mandibe in person kwi-court building ngoba u-acting judge lo wayedinga i-support.
If I'm allowed, may I please start by saying, before I get into the details of what happened between myself and the court manager, I was needed to be in the building in person because the acting judge at the time needed assistance.
All right, I don't want you to go into what happened between yourself and the court manager.
Mamela.
There was an incident, and then what happened between yourself and the respondent
Mamela.
as a result of this incident?
Akafuni singene ke nzulu kwimcimbi ukuthi kwenzeke intoni phakathi kwakho no court manager. Kodwa funa uyazi okokuba kwaye kwenzeka ntoni phakathi kwakho nalo ommangaleleyo. Respondent ngamanye amazwi asemzini.
Ngeliphi ixesha?
At what time?
In your papers, you said on the 28th of May 2021, you spoke to the respondent.
Mamela ke kumaphepha wakho uthi ngomhla we-28 kwinyanga kaMeyi kumnyaka ka-2021 ufuna into eyenzekayo ngolaa suku.
Ndisemsebenzini ngale mini.
I was at work on the date in question.
Ndimbonile naye uba ukhona.
I saw him as well, that he is present.
Sorry, can I just stop you there? You say you were at work. Where were you at work?
Uthi wawusemsebenzini phi kwephi indawo?
Emakhanda.
In Makhanda High Court.
Yes.
Qhuba.
Kuba bendiqala ukumbona emveni kwe-motion court day.
Because I was now seeing him for the first time after the emotion court day.
You are now speaking about the respondent.
Uthetha ngalo ummangaleleyo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Yes.
Ndacinga into yoba ku-right uba ndiyokumxelela iziphumo.
I thought that it is the right thing to do to go and inform him of the outcome.
Yes.
Ndiyile ke ndanqonqoza.
I proceeded and I knocked.
Where did you knock?
Unqonqoza phi?
Phaa kuye kwi-chambers.
At his chambers.
Yes.
Ndafika ke usecretary wakhe ehleli ejonge efestileni.
I found his secretary seated, looking through the window. Qhuma.
Wabe endibona uba andikho right kwalapha ebusweni.
The secretary could see that I am not all right from my facial expression.
Ndacela ungena.
I requested to come in.
Yes.
Zange andi-escorte ke aqala ngene atsho kujaji uba kukho umntu omcelayo wathi mandizingenele.
She did not escort me to the judge so that she could inform the judge there is someone who would like to see him. She just said I should proceed on my own.
Ndingenile ke ndabulisa. Ndacela uhlala phantsi ndahlala.
I indeed proceeded, entered, I greeted, then I requested to be seated. I sat down.
Ngelo xesha ke besendibulila.
At the time, I was becoming emotional.
Yes.
Ndamxelela uba kwenzeke ntoni ngolwesibini.
I informed him or narrated to him as to what happened on Tuesday.
That is now the what about? What did you inform him about? About the court proceedings or about the incident between you and the court manager?
Umchazela ngantoni ngenkqubo yenkundla okanye umchazela ngalento yenzekileyo phakathi kwakho no court manager?
Zombini.
Both incidents.
Why did you inform him about the incident with the court manager?
Kwakutheni uze umchazele ngalento yehlayo phakathi kwakho no court manager?
Ndandimxelele okokuba ayazi, in fact wayeyazi uba azandiziyele. Ndandiceliwe and naye wabe eyiphathi yaloo nto.
I had informed him because I needed him to know, as this was not voluntarily that I had gone there, he was part of the whole process as well.
Yes.
Ndimchazele ke kodwa wabe esithi uzawuthetha naye court manager ngoba uyabona uba ndiyakhala.
I informed him. He then mentioned to me that he will have a word with the court manager, as he could observe that I am crying.
After you informed him about the incident with the court manager, did you leave his chambers then?
Emveni kokuba uye wamchazela ngalento yenzekileyo phakathi kwakho no court manager, uye waphuma wahamba wena apha ofisini yakhe?
Ewe ndihambile ndabuyela eofisini yam.
Yes, I left. I went back to my office.
Yes, you may proceed.
Kulaa ndawo bendihlala kuyo, kulaa office bendikuyo, bendiprinta kumnyango endihlala kuwo ngoku, opposite ioffice yakhe.
Uprinta khona.
Bendiprinta kulaa printing nkulu phaa.
In the office that I occupied, which I still occupy, when I need to print, I would print at a door opposite. Opposite ubani?
Opposite umnyango ka-Judge President.
I would print at an office that has a door that is opposite the Judge President's office.
ndithe ndisiza ke epasejini
As I was approaching or being down in the passage,
ndabona ucourt manager esiza naye kwelinye icala
I saw the court manager also approaching from the other side.
Yes.
yena ke besekufutshane apha kulo mnyango ka-judge president mna ndisekudana
The court manager was quite closer to the judge president's door. I was a bit far from the door.
ungenile ke yena mna ndashiyeka ndingena apha kulo mnyango ndizothatha kuwo iphepha endiliprintileyo
The court manager then entered the office. I ended up getting into the office where I print to collect the paper that I had printed.
In which office did the court manager enter?
Court manager lo ungena kwiphi office?
kwi-office ka-judge president
The court manager entered the judge president's office.
Yes.
andilithathanga ke liphepha kuye kwakho into ethi mandiphume ndingene phaa
I did not take this paper that I had printed. Something in me said I should enter the office.
Which office?
AP of
le ka-judge president
the judge president's office.
ndiqaphele ke noba usekretary lo wakhe akasahlelanga kulaa ndawo ebehleli kuyo ngokuya bendizile akekho
I also noticed that the secretary is no longer seated where she was when I had come to the office. She's not there.
eyesibini into endiyiqapheleyo kuba lo mnyango ungena apha kuye kwi-chambers is not properly closed awuvalwanga ncam
Also, what I noticed was that the door that goes into the judge president's office or chambers was not properly closed.
ndithe xa ndijonga ndafumanisa uba nabaya bayahagana
When I looked, I then saw that there they are, hugging one another.
Did you hear anything that was said?
Ikhona into wakwazi uyiva eyayithethwa.
azange ndive nto ndatsala umnyango qha ndaqonda uba ndifuna babone uba ukhona umntu obelapha
I did not hear anything. I just pulled the door closed because I wanted them to realize that there was somebody that was there.
Sorry. Could this be the convenient point at which we could adjourn for lunch before we go beyond the door? We will adjourn until 1:45,
Sizake sinqumame ke
unless
kancinci,
there is some objection.
sibuye
No,
ngokota to
there is
2.
no objection.
Ukhona umuntu onengxaki akekho.
And by the way, you are still under oath, and you worked at the court. I mean, you know the rules. You don't have to consult or talk with anybody about this matter, because you are still. No, you are not under cross-examination.
No.
Well, Atwik Machawa. It was instructions from my left, and they are not correct. So I think you can talk to anybody, quite frankly.
Ungathetha naye
Yeah.
noba ngubani na.
my legal team
Noted, Chair.
Ms. Mengo, you were still giving evidence. And, can you proceed, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. All right, so we're still on the day of the 28th of May 2021. You said that you closed the door. Did you receive any feedback from the respondent about the complaint about the court manager?
Siphele apho ke ubuchaza mayelana nomhla we-28 kwinyanga kaMeyi kunyaka ka-2021 apho waye wavala khona ucango. Ikhona mhlambi into owaye wayifumana efana nengxelo uyifumana ke kulo ummangaleleyo ngokwesikhalazo sakho ngento eyenzeka phakathi kwakho no-court manager?
Ayizange ndifumane ngxelo kuye.
No, I never received any feedback from him.
Did you continue with the conversation or with conversing with the respondent after this incident? Or how long after this incident did you first have another interaction with him?
Ingabu qhubekekile nokuncokola naye lo ummangaleleyo emveni kwesehlo esi okanye ikuthathe ixesha elingakanani phambi kokuba uphinde uqhubekeke nencoko naye lo ummangaleleyo?
Ndiqhubekekile ukuthetha naye in person.
I continued speaking to him in person.
What I'm asking is, this was now the 28th of May. When was the next time that you had a conversation with him? Either in person or any other way?
Afuna ukuqonda ke uthi njengoba sinalo mhla we-28 kaMeyi ku-2021 uphinde wathetha naye nini lo ummangaleleyo? Noba nithethe ubuso ngobuso okanye mhlawumbi usebenzise enye indlela yonxibelelwano?
Ndicinga uba bekupha koJune.
I think it was around June.
Yes, just explain to us what happened.
Qhuba ke kwenzeke ntoni?
Nanjengomntu yena ophethe la division.
As someone who is in charge of the said division,
And mna ngelo xesha ndandingumntu oncedisana nojaji osenior eMakhanda ngelo xesha.
and myself being someone who was assisting a judge who is senior in Makhanda at the time.
Sorry. Is it 2021 or 2022?
2021.
June
June
2021.
2021, yes.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Uyaxolisa ke umhlali ngaphambili ngokuphazamisa.
And according to your papers, it was on the 8th of June 2021.
Ngokwamaphepha wakho ke yayingomhla wesibhozo kwinyanga kaJune unyaka ingu-2021.
Kunjalo.
That is correct?
Yes, what happened there?
Kwenzeke ntoni?
Ungenile engena kule office ndiphangelela kuyo nalo senior judge.
He entered in the office where I work in with this senior judge.
All right, if you say he entered, you must explain to us who entered.
Xa usithi ungenile sifuna ungqale ngqo uchaze uba ngubani lungenileyo.
Judge President Mbenenge ungenile kule chamber ndisebenzela kuyo.
Judge President Mbenenge entered the chambers where I worked in.
Ungene ke ecela wabuza kuqala uba ukhona na umama wam.
Upon entering, he asked as to whether my mother was present.
Why did he ask that, or just explain to us that context?
Kutheni lento ezawubuza lonto khawusicacisele ngayo yona lo meko.
Kwayena uthi thina masithi ijaji esebenza nazo ngomama bethu notata bethu if usebenza nojaji oyindoda.
He is the very same person that would say when we work with female judges, we should refer to them as our mothers, and if we work with the male judges, it's our fathers.
naye ke xa ethetha ngabo ethetha nomnye umuntu okanye nam wayethethela kuloo nto uba ukhona na umama wam.
He was then referring, when he was talking to me, exactly to that when he asked as to whether my mother was present.
Referring to the judge.
Uthetha ngojudge.
Uthetha ngojaji.
That is correct.
Yes, continue.
Qhuba.
Unqonqozeka i-1 ke wavula umnyango wangena phakathi phaa kwi-chamber kajaji.
He knocked once, opened the door, and entered the judge's chambers.
Ngoku angenayo kuqala apha kule ofisi yam ke ndicela uyicacisa uba apha emva komnyango kwakuhleli umntana wam kwi-couch.
As he entered, if I may explain this part, as he entered, behind the door, there's a couch, and my child was seated on the couch.
Akambonanga ke ngoba ngolu xesha angenayo bengajonganga kweli cala lisemva kocango.
He did not see the child when he entered, because when he entered, he did not look towards the direction of the back of the door.
Uhlalile ke for ixeshana apha ngaphakathi nojaji bevalile.
He remained for quite a while, or some time, inside with the judge, and the door was closed.
Yes.
Uphumile ke emzuzwini.
After a while, he came out.
Wabona ke umntana lo ngoba ngoku xa ephuma kulo mnyango kajaji amehlo wakhe angqamana nale ndawo umntana mebehleli kuyo.
He came out, then he saw the child, because coming out of the judge's chambers, now his eyes are now facing directly where the child was seated.
Ubuzile ke uba ngumntana wam nalo.
He asked as to whether this was my child.
Wabuza neminyaka yakhe.
He asked how old the child was.
Did he ask that there?
Uyibuze pha ngela xesha.
Uyibuzile nayo walandelisa ngobuza notata wakhe uba uphi.
Yes, he asked that, as well as the whereabouts of the father of the child.
Ndimxelele ke ukuba akekho utata unaye but andisekho naye mna.
I informed him that the child does have a father, however, we are no longer together.
Uphumile ke wahamba.
He then left.
Was that all that he said?
Phela kwento ayithethileyo leyo,
Endisayikhumbulayo ngoku kwalo mzuzu.
which I can still recall at this point.
Yes.
Uphuma kwakhe ndaqhubeka nomsebenzi wami nami wemini.
When he left, I proceeded with my work of the day.
At that stage, did you make anything about this conversation with the JP, with the respondent?
Pardon?
How did you feel about this conversation with the respondent at that stage?
Ngela xesha okanye ngala mzuzu ikwenze le ncoko waziva njani?
Khange ndibe ngumuntu ocingayo ngalamzuzu uba indenzani.
I did not pay attention at that particular time as to how it makes me feel.
So you continued working, and then what happened?
Waqhubeka nokusebenza kwenzeka ntoni ke emveni koko?
Laphela ixesha loba sisebenze ndagoduka.
Then it was then now knock off time. I went home.
Yes.
Ndibone sekungena uWhatsApp ke ngoku sekulate. Sensendlini.
I then saw a WhatsApp message coming through. It was already late. I was at home.
From who?
Usuka kubani lo myalezo ubhaliweyo?
From the Judge President.
Isuka ke apha ku-Judge President.
If you say it was late, can you recall what time it was?
Uthi kwakusekungokuhlwa usakhumbula uba kwakuxesha liphi?
Andikhumbuli ngoku ndihleli apha ndingajonganga kwinto endandiyibhalile okanye kwii-messages zika-WhatsApp.
I'm not able to recall now clearly as I'm seated here without having to peruse through the WhatsApp messages and see the time.
If I can refer the panel and everyone else here, the last, volume 3, pages 1156, the one that starts with 1156. I'm going to deal with the messages in that bundle. Volume 3, page 1156. The first page, 1156. If I can just mention, there's 3 volume 3s. Thank you. Do you also have that open in front of you?
Yes.
The witness has one in front of her.
We've got one, Chair.
Yes, this is just, I realized that not all the messages were printed. So I requested the Secretariat to make sure that everything is printed and in chronological order. They have it in soft copy. The Secretariat is busy sorting the hard copy out.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, we do.
Thank you. I see on page 1156 of the volume 3, the timestamp of the first message on this page is 1854. Was that the first message, or was there any messages before that?
Ndiyabona ke apha kobu bungqina bulapha ku 1156 into ba ixesha 1854 kulo myalezo wokuqala ke ubhaliweyo ingaba yayingumyalezo wokuqala ngalo ngalami.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Sorry, say again? Was that the first message, or was there any messages before that?
Umyalezo wokuqala ngalo okanye ikhona eminye imiyalezo ngaphambi kwalo.
Kumyalezo wokuqala.
It was the very first message.
And just so that everyone is on the same page, this is what is depicted on here is a screenshot. Do you agree with me?
Lento ibonayo ilapha phambi kwakho ilento iye ibe ngathi iyafotwa kwangefone ngesilungu sithi screenshot. Uyavumelana nami?
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct.
Who made these screenshots?
Kubani owenze ezi screenshots?
Ndim.
It's myself.
And if I can ask you this, on the top there's the letters JP. Just explain to the members of the panel here and everyone else what is depicted on this picture, if I can put it like that. It's a screenshot and there's a name JP. There's a left side and a right side. The one side is white and the other side is green, the text boxes. Just explain to us exactly what we see here.
Khawusicacisele ke abanzi ukuba yintoni lesiyibonayo apha ngoba siyabona ba kukhona le ndawo eno JP kuphinde kube khona imibala ayikhankanyileyo yintoni le khasixele ba yintoni le.
Ndibhale JP indlela endimsave ngayo efonini yam okanye ndisave ngayo inamba yakhe efonini yam.
I've written JP and that is how I've saved his contact on my phone.
Yes?
And ngoku ndandithatha screenshot i-profile picture yakhe ngelo xesha yayile yasibonayo pha.
And when I had taken the screenshots at the time, his profile pic is exactly what is depicted on this photo or page number 1156.
And this is the screenshot of your conversation on WhatsApp. Is that correct?
Esi screenshot sisibonayo apha yincoko yakho naye kweli khasi lonxibelelwano lingu-WhatsApp kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And just for clarity, the text box in white, who is writing those text messages?
Njengokuba ke ukubhala ngakunye kuphantsi kombala siyabona uba kukhona ukubhala apha kumhlophe ngaphansi kubani lo bebhala le indawo imhlophe?
Le ndawo imhlophe ibonisa okanye ikhombisa ukuba ngu-Judge President owayethumela i-message?
The white part or the white message depicted on this page, it shows that Judge President actually sent that message to me.
And the text box in green?
Lena yona imbalelwano iphansi kombala oluhlaza isukapi?
Lena ke impendulo yam.
That is my answer.
All right. Have you ever started a conversation on WhatsApp with the Judge President before this day?
Wawukhe wanalo ithuba apho wawuqale incoko wena no Judge President ngaphambi kwayo le mini?
Awuzange.
No, I've never.
And before this day, has the JP, the Judge President, ever started a conversation on WhatsApp with you?
Ngaphambi kolu usuku sulibonayo apha wayekhe yena uJudge President waqala incoko nawe?
Hayi awuzange.
No, he has never.
Now, this WhatsApp comes through at 18:54 in the evening. What was your initial thoughts when you saw that there's a message coming through from the Judge President?
Ngoku ke lo myalezo ungena ixesha kushiyeke nje imizuzu mithandathu phambi kwentsimbi yesixhenxe ngokuhlwa. Kuye kwafika ntoni engqondweni yakho xa ubona into yokokuba kungena umyalezo osuka ku-JP?
Xa kungena i-message uqala efonini yam ivela yonke ayithi notification, so ndayivele ndayibona ndingekangeni ku-WhatsApp ndabona usorry, so ndabona ke ngokuba uxolisela isenzo sakhe okanye intetho yakhe yasemini.
Okay. What happens is with my cell phone, as soon as a message comes in, it does not give you the notification word to show you that there is a message. The actual message, in fact, will be depicted on the phone, all of it. And the first word I saw was sorry. I could then tell he was apologizing on the incident that had taken place earlier.
Before you received this message, did you feel that the Judge President had to apologize for the incident?
Ngaphambi kokuba ufumane lo myalezo kuye, ingabe ukhe wanayo into ethi mhlawumbi kuwe bekufanele uba abe ulicelile uxolo?
Khange ndiyicinge noyicinga into ebiyenzeke emini, and khange ndiyicinge noyicinga noba kufuneke ecele uxolo yena.
I did not even think about what had taken place during the day. I also never thought about perhaps he has to apologize for any.
All right. I think you will have to read the messages also so that we can have context of it. So he started off with a message. Please read it to us, and then you will have to explain to us the context of the messaging between yourself and the Judge President, and explain to us exactly what happened and how you felt.
Sicela ke ngoku usifundele le miyalezo ibhaliweyo. Uphinde kwakhona usinike umfanekiso qondweni opheleleyo wento ibisenzeka phakathi kwakho no JP ngale miyalezo yakwenza ba waziva njani na emveni kwayo.
Ndiqale ndifunde wakhe umyalezo ndize ngempendulo yam.
Should I first read his message and then follow with my response?
Yes.
Yeah, sicela kanjalo.
Owakhe ke wawusithi, sorry I raised the topic and you responded likewise jocularly in the presence of your daughter. And then it has those two emojis.
That is his message first, that the witness just quoted now, Chair.
And my response was, thank you, Judge, but you didn't understand what we talked about. I'm grateful for the fact that you respect my child.
All right, before you proceed, I see the way this text box is, your green text box. There's a smaller typed part on the top, and then your response. Just just for clarity purposes and for purposes of the record, just explain to us why it's depicted like this? How did this messaging of yours happen? If you understand my question.
Sorry, can you repeat? There's a smaller?
That green box. On top, the message is actually repeated, but in smaller text. With your response to, just for clarity purposes, just explain why this is the way it's depicted there.
Mamela ke. Uyabona apha into ba kule mpendulo yakho njengoba ilapha kule bhokisi iluhlaza. Kodwa kubonakala ngathi uqale wacaphula lo myalezo wakhe waze wabhala impendulo yakho ngaphansi kwayo. Khawusicacisele uba kwenzeka ntoni apha kutheni lo hlobo.
Pha ku WhatsApp kubakho i-arrow that is actually ejonge left okanye ngasekhohlo xa ufuna le conversation okanye imessage yomntu lo uthetha naye ibonakale kumpendulo yakho ucofa pha kuyo bendifuna uphendula ngaphezu kwayo.
On the WhatsApp app, specifically where conversations will be taking place, there's an arrow that's facing towards your left. So when you are doing a responding to a particular message, you would be able to click on that arrow to highlight the message that you have received to show the person that you are actually responding to their message.
Okay, I don't know if it's coming over very clearly. For instance, can you only reply this way to the last message in your message trail? Or just explain to us, how can you do that? Do you understand my question?
No, I don't.
No, okay. The last...
Can we just not try something here? First, Mr. Skakan, I'm not in any way putting any pressure on you or your client or anything, just for the sake of possible props and clarity. You see the messages on 1156, 157, 158. Maybe we should take one a bunch at a time. I don't know whether you are in a position to deny or accept that the exchange depicted here, the messages depicted here, came from your client and the other from her. You don't what? You don't dispute. Yes.
Sorry, Chairperson. I think there was something else being sabotaged.
Oh, I can see that.
I'm fine now. Yes, it's common cause. They are from. Yeah.
Right. I just don't want us to spend time disputing or fighting about something we all agree on. And I'm going to ask the witness directly. The time says 19 blah blah blah, 19 blah blah blah. All this was the evening of the 8th of June.
Yonke lento yale ncoko njengoba sibona namaxesha sekusemveni kwentsimbi yesixhenxe ngokuhlwa yenzeka ngomhla ka-8 kuJuni ku-2021. That is correct.
To be specific, sorry, you want to clarify something first?
Let me clarify something. Chair, it's fine. These ones we do not dispute. The ones we will dispute are the ones that we think are selected in a complaint, but these ones no.
Yes. So, just for clarity and for the convenience of the tribunal as well, we are stopping at 164 because if you go over to 1165, the CEC course now comes in, which some of us are not conversant with. And I don't want to ask you about that. That we leave aside for now. So we only restrict ourselves to those that are in English, which would be from 556 to 1164. And for now we stop there. My question as to whether you admit that stops there.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, these messages are not in dispute. Please, when you put the question to the witness, bear that in mind that these WhatsApp messages from 1156 to 1165 are not in dispute.
Thank you.
So we are not going to have to go into every single sentence in every WhatsApp message, unless there's a reason for it.
I think the reason is that we need to lay the context and the reasoning behind the way the complainant responded. So I think it is important that she reads the messages out and give context.
Yes, but I would be surprised, given the fact that these messages were exchanged one particular evening. I would be surprised if we are going to go into every single message to give context. If they were given around 7 o'clock, all of them in the evening, I'll be surprised if you are going to go through every single one of them to give context. There could be an overall context that you give. Go ahead and give whatever context you want to give.
All right. That's it. All right. So then you started conversing with the JP on this messaging. At that stage, initially, how did you feel?
Kuba ebexolisa andibonanga nto irongo kanye inobugwenxa kulonto.
Because he was apologizing, I did not see anything untoward with that.
All right, and then on page 1157 at 1859, the Judge President responded to one of your responses, and he said that can never be sure today's kids have far more exposure than those of olden days. What did you think of that?
Kwiphepha 1157 kukhona apho ujaji aphendulayo kwezinye impendulo zakho apho atshoyo into kubana awunawuqiniseka ngoba abantwana bale mihla ininzi into abasele beyibonile xa ethelekisa ke nabo bakudala okanye bangaphambili. Ucinge ntoni wena ngalo myalezo?
Ndiye ndacinga into yokuba kuba ebendibuze ngotata wakhe ekhona yena akayazanga yena uba inokuba iyenza ntoni loo nto emntaneni, mna ke akhange kubekho nto kungakulam icala.
I thought maybe because he asked me about the child's father's whereabouts in the presence of the child, perhaps maybe he was concerned what that would have done to the child, but as for myself, I did not think of anything about it.
And then at 1902, the respondent then started asking you about how many children have you been blessed with.
Wazeke phaa ngo-1902 mizuzu nje mibini emveni kwentsimbi yesixhenxe waphinda wabuza yena ukuba bangaphi abantwana osikelelwe ngabo.
Ewe uye wabuza.
Yes, he asked and I replied.
And at that stage, was it still okay for you, the way you responded, or did you feel otherwise?
Ngela xesha lona ibisahleli kakuhle kuwe lento okanye kwenze waba nezinye nje izinto ezithile ezingezinye ozicingayo.
andinawuthi ibihleli kakuhle kakuhle kodwa ngenxa yoba ebengandazi kwelaa xesha.
I would not say it had set well with me, because also he had not known me well at the time.
What do you mean that it did not sit well with you?
Uthetha ukuthini xa usithi ayikhange ihlale kakuhle kuwe?
Ngendlela yokuba andibuze uba abantwana bam bangaphi.
The way of him asking me as to how many children I have.
You must explain to us why did you not feel why did it not sit well with you?
Ufuna uyicacisa uba kutheni le nto ingakhange ibe yinto ehleli kakuhle kuwe xa ekubuza ngolo hlobo.
Ayihlalanga kakuhle ngoba bendingacingi into yoba ibiyiphathi ye-conversation ebesinayo emini okanye bendinoqhubekeka ukuba nayo naye noba ke bendingayazi isizathu esibangela uba makandibuze loo nto.
It did not sit well because this was not part of a conversation that we had earlier during the day, even though we never had this conversation, and it's not a conversation that I would have with him.
Why not?
Ngoba
Akangeni ndawo uba nabantwana bangaphi.
it's none of his business as to how many children I have.
All right, and then the conversation turned towards the age of your child, and then on page 1159, there's at 1905, there's a message from the Judge President, the respondent. What is that about?
Apha kuphepha 1159 ixesha imizuzu mihlanu emveni kwentsimbi yesixhenxe ukhona impendulo apho esinayo kaJudge President. Ingantoni yona?
Yena kuba before ebendibuza uba umntana wam unangaphi okanye iminyaka yomntana wam mingaphi. Ngoku yena caba uye wayibala uba mna njengoba bendimxelela uba yaminyaka mingaphi ubala ke ngoku uba mna nomntana wam sishiyana ngeminyaka emingaphi.
This emanates from his question of how old my child is, and I've also informed him how old I was. Now, in relation to the message on page 1159, he is now giving me the year's difference of my child's age and myself between us.
And you responded by laughing and said that you really calculate that with an emoji with a monkey closing its eyes. Just explain to us the way you responded by that and what did you mean?
Waphendula ngokuhleka, walandula ngelithi ingaba ngokwenene uyibalile, wayivala ngalonodolazana, uyinkawana uvale ubuso bakhe ngezandla zakhe. Khawusicacisele kuba bekuqhubeka ntoni ke apha?
Into ebangela uba ndithumele abanodolazana abahlekayo yinto yokokuba ibikukothuka ebendinako noba abenexesha lokuyibala.
The reason I sent the laughing emojis, it was out of shock that he even went as far as having time to calculate the year's difference.
Ndaphinda ke ekuphenduleni kwam loo nto ndabeka laa nkawana ke igquma amehlo.
In the same response, I then placed the emoji of the little monkey that's covering his eyes.
And kum ke ibithetha ukuba nentloni kwam yile nto abendibuza yona okanye abendixelela yona.
To me, that was an indication of my embarrassment of what he had asked me in particular.
And he responded by laughing at you. How did that make you feel?
Waphendula ke ngoku yena sele ehleka. Ikwenze waziva njani ke le ndawo yokuhleka kwakhe?
Ndiye ndacinga into yokuba ukule page ndikuyo ke ngoku xa naye ezawuphendula ngokuhleka.
I then thought he is on the same page as myself. If his response is going to be also laughing emojis.
And then you then responded by telling him your age. And then on 1909, that is the last message on page 1159, the respondent said, you look much younger, and then there's causa words with. Just explain to us what happened there.
Waqhubeka ke ngokusibonisa uba umphendulile ngokumnika iminyaka yakho yaqhubekeka ke apha ku1909 ixesha wachaza ke naye into kokuba ukhangeleka umncinane wabe selechaza ke into bana neli lizwi lelo sana khawusicacisele ke ba kube kusenzeka ntoni ke apha.
Njengokuba bendimxelele ukuba iminyaka yami mingaphi pha ngentla.
As I have mentioned my age in the above message as to how old I am,
Yena ngokwendlela andijonge ngayo uye wabona umuntu osemncinci.
in the manner in which he then has observed me, he saw a younger person,
Watsho ke efanisa ilizwi lam nelomntwana.
whereby he ended up referencing to my voice as that of a child.
And what did you think of that response of him?
Le mpendulo yakhe ikwenze wacinga ntoni ngaye.
Bendinayo indawo enokucaphuka kancinci kodwa ndaphinde ndacinga uba lo mntu yibhosi yam mandizibambe.
I had an element of being a bit upset, but then immediately I then controlled myself and realized that in fact this person is my boss. Let me just keep myself together.
Bendingafuni okunye ukumkhawulela ndingekayiva lento azawuza nayo kanye anokuza nayo nokuqhubekeka kule ncoko.
I did not want to go ahead of him. I wanted to wait and see if is there anything else that he might bring forth through this conversation or not.
So you say that you wanted to get yourself together because he is your boss. What do you mean by that?
Uthe uzamile ke ukuba uziqokelele uzibambe ngoba kaloku ngumphathi wakho lo. Ufuna uqonda ukuba uthetha ukuthini xa usitsho.
Kumele ndimhloniphe njengomntu ophetheyo.
I have to respect him as someone who is also in charge.
Nendlela endiphendula ngayo kuzawumele into kokuba ndiyiqoqoshe.
Even the manner in which I would respond to him, I will have to be very cautious about it.
Then explain to us your response in 1910. That is now on page 1160.
Cacisa ke impendulo yakho apha kuphepha 1160.
Before we go there, let me deal with this. Madam Interpreter, I don't want to I've just said Madam Interpreter. Clearly that's not your name. What is your name?
Lungi ngapi? Che.
Lungi
Ngapi.
NGA.
NGA PHI.
PHI.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Ngampi, this does not mean any disrespect for you. We just want to know a little bit more about you in light of what I'm going to ask you to do. For how long have you been an interpreter?
1st of June 2025, it will be 21 years.
21 years.
Yes, Chair.
Did you interpret for the various courts, Magistrate Court, High Court?
I started at the Magistrates Court in Port Elizabeth. Then I transferred to Cape Town and then worked at the Magistrates Court in Cape Town for a period of 9 months. Then I was with the OCJ back then in Cape Town. Then I transferred back to Port Elizabeth High Court. And then from there, I was a principal court interpreter at the Magistrate's Office in Port Elizabeth for a period of 3 years. Then I moved to Gauteng for the first time. I worked with Randburg Magistrates Court. Then I got a senior position once more with Palm Ridge Magistrates Court for a couple of years. Then in March 2024, I got a transfer because it's the same position to the Pretoria High Court, which is where I'm serving currently.
Your CV is longer than mine. And all this time, interpreting from English into isiXhosa and vice versa.
English, isiXhosa, as well as Afrikaans.
Yes. So you can be correctly described as being an experienced interpreter.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, this brings me to the questions I want you to ask.
No problem.
I want you to answer.
All right.
Page 1159. The second message, which seems to be in isiXhosa. Please translate that into English, as I'll be writing down.
Oh, the 1905 white message.
Yes.
Right. The age difference between you two is 16 or 18 years.
The age difference between is 16 and 18. Or
18 years.
16 or 18. Then there is the third white message,
Yes, sir.
presumably in isiXhosa.
1907.
Yes. Please interpret that into English.
In isiXhosa, it's written, sendibuza nje, I am just asking.
I think yo means yo in Xhosa and English.
In isiXhosa, you means wena. But
No,
then
I mean
again,
the-
it
I mean
differs
here
on
the
the
message.
context.
The message here. Y-H-O.
Oh, yo.
Yo.
That's
So-
just an exclamation. Chair.
You don't have, it's good in English as well, right?
Yes, yes.
We'll leave that.
Yeah.
Then there is the bottom one, the white one. Mixture of English and,
And isiXhosa.
yes,
The 1909,
yes,
look much younger.
yes.
Then the next portion says, nelizwi lelosana. The voice is that of a baby or a child. Because babies don't really talk, Che. Let's stick to a child.
A child,
Yes.
right. That is her voice.
That is her voice. It sounds like that of a child.
I almost thought so also this morning.
Yes.
When I asked you whether you have got a touch of flu, it's
Yes.
just your voice. Yeah? That's just your natural voice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Advocate Skippers, you can now proceed to where you wanted to go.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then on the next page, 1910, if we can also maybe get that translation and then the response by our witness, what she meant by that.
Is it 1910 in terms of time?
Yes,
box.
the green box, yes.
Sicela ke nalapha ixesha nje biyeshumi emveni kwensimbi yesixhenxe usicacisele ukuba ubuthetha ukuthini apha iyachaza ke into okubana umncinane wathi waqhubeka wayifaka phakathi waqhubekeka nokuzibhala kuziphatha kakuhle ilizwi.
Ndiphendule ngolwahlobo kuba bendifuna ecacelwe njengoba besendimxelela iminyaka yam.
I responded in this fashion because I wanted it to be clear to him, as I have already indicated my age to him.
Ukuziphatha kakuhle uba bekuthetha ukuthini.
Also explaining what it means, ukuziphatha kakuhle, which will be the translation of that would be to conduct yourself in a good manner.
Ndiye ke ndaphendula ndathi ilizwi ndafaka lankawu kwakhona eneza zandla zisemehlweni.
I once more quoted ilizwi, which means voice, with the muji of the same little monkey with his hands on his eyes.
Nabalonodolazana ke bahlekayo.
As well as the laughing icons.
I just want to make sure I understand. Is the translation of that part to conduct yourself in a good manner and then voice?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if I follow your response there. Just explain to us what did you mean by that?
Ufuna ukucacelwa ke kule mpendulo yakho njengoba busocaphulile wathi kuziphatha kakuhle waphinda wathi ilizwi ufuna uqonda uthetha ukuthini ngale ntetha.
Bendithetha ukuthi mna ndizibona njengomuntu omdala andikho mncinci.
I meant that I see myself as an adult. I'm not young.
Okwesibini ndimxelela ngoziphatha kakuhle abantu abakwi-age yam abakhangeleki ngokwelihlobo mna ndikhangeleka ngalo.
And secondly, peers of my age do not appear in the manner that I appear.
Meaning you conduct yourself in a good manner. Is that
Ithi
what you meant?
londo uthi wena uziphatha kakuhle into ichoyo leyo.
Njengokuba nditshilo kwi-message ndiziphethe kakuhle.
As I've stated in the message, I am conducting myself very well.
And then immediately after that, the respondent responded, actually. Can you just give us the translation of that word as well? I don't want to pronounce it because I will mispronounce it.
Is that 1910?
Yes, in the white box.
Waphendula ke naye lo umangaleleyo apha. Ebhalile kuba lincinci. Ufuna umchazele kuba uthetha uthini xa usitsho. The direct translation will be it's small.
It is small.
It's small. The voice is small.
The voice is small.
Impendulo yakhe le ithi lincinci. Mna besendiqala kancinci ke ngoku ukuyicaphukela lento yelilizwi lam andifuni ukuva mntu othetha ngalo ndiyalazi uba lingakanani.
His response in relation to this voice of mine being small, I was now beginning to not like it, because now I'm getting tired of being reminded of my voice being small, because I do know that it is small. Yes, Chair.
Would you be worried if I say I speak of a thin voice as opposed to a small voice?
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
It's much better for the context. Thank you, Chair.
A thin voice.
A thin voice, yes. There's also another word in isiXhosa if we were to directly translate thin, libhityile. It's one and the same. Because if it's a big voice, likhulu. So I agree with you, Chair. Thin voice. Thank you for that.
And then the conversation went on about your voice.
Yaqhubekeka incoko mayelana nelizwi lakho.
Yaqhubekeka ndabe ndiqonda uba ndifuna uva.
The conversation continued, and I was just not interested in hearing any further.
Ndicela umlungisa u-interpreter wam. Mna
May I correct my
bendiqonda uba
interpreter?
ndifuna uva. Bendiqonda uba ndifuna ukuva.
Oh, my mistake. Thank you for that. I wanted to listen or hear further.
What do you mean by that?
Uthetha ukuthini ngaloo nto uba bufuna uva?
Uba uyajonga phambi kokuba aphendule kukho la nodoli wenkawu ndiphinde ndambeka pha.
If you take note, before he responded, there's once again the monkey icon or emoji.
Ileke kum ibiyindlela yokubonisa ukuba nentloni ngalento yeli lizwi.
That is the emoji to me that was expressing my embarrassment.
Yena ke esawube phendulile wathi when he first heard it he could not believe it.
Then upon his response, that's when he said, when first I heard it, couldn't believe. Uqala kwami ukuliva ndandingakholelwa.
Ngulo ndiqonda uba ndifuna uva ke ngoku uba kanye kanye ngoku ebeqala uliva yintoni le ngalo. Ndaphendula ke ngabanopopi bahlekayo ndisithi I'm listening.
That is where my curiosity then kicked in, that made me want to hear more. That when he heard this voice for the first time, he couldn't believe. What is it exactly? And then I followed that with the laughing icons or emojis with a message that says, I'm listening.
Yes. And then the message below that one, what do you mean? And just the translation of that as well, please.
Apha ke ku 1912, uthi, what do you mean, in inverted commas, conducting yourself in a good way? That's the direct translation. Ayene befuna ukwazi apha into obuthetha ukuthini kuziphatha kakuhle.
Mna ke bendisamamelele yeli lizwi elincinci waske waqala enye into yena.
I was still listening to the thin voice issue, but then he started another issue.
With conducting yourself in a good way. So he moved away from your voice to conducting yourself in a good way. Is that how you saw it?
Ingaba indlela oyibone ngayo le nto ba usukile ngoku kwindaba yelizwi lakho elincinci ungena kumcimbi wokuziphatha kakuhle. Ingaba uyibona ngolo hlobo?
Ndiyibona ngolo hlobo kuba bendisamcokobhisa ndizimisele futhi umcokobhisa ngale nto yoba ethetha ngeli lizwi ndifuna uva kakuhle ngalo nale nto athi he could not believe it uba bekwenze njani.
That is exactly how I saw it, because I still wanted to dig further from him. What exactly is the issue, especially pertaining to this thin voice? What is it that he says he could not believe? I wanted to know more about that.
All right, and if you turn over to page 1161, that same message is repeated there, and then you did not respond until there were two more messages from the JP, is that correct?
Iqhubekekile ke lento lomyalezo apha kupha 1161. Awukhange uphendule wena njengoba sibona. Kwade kwabe ke ukhona ezimpendulo zimbini azibhalileyo kunjani?
Andiphendulanga.
I did not respond.
Why not?
Ngoba
Bendingenawo umdla wokuphendula kule nto ayibuzayo ngoba xa ndiyijongayo yinto besithethe ngayo mosipha esiphakathini sokuncokola khange ayibuze uzotshintsha ke ngoku xa ndimcokobhisa ngelizwi.
I was not interested in responding to that because now this is something we had spoken about earlier on in the conversation. But now that I am digging further from him, wanting to know more, he is just not coming to it.
About the voice.
Lo mcimbi welizwi. Lo mcimbi welizwi.
Ewe lo mcimbi welizwi akhange ade abe uyandixelela le nto mna bendifuna uyiva.
Yes, about the voice, he did not eventually tell me what is the issue with his voice. In fact, what I wanted to hear from him.
All right, and then the two messages came from the respondent, the eyes and then the ears with a hearing aid. And then you responded to the question that he asked before that. Why did you respond then?
Kwabe kukhona ke ngoku ezimpendulo zakhe ngamehlo la avuliweyo nendlebe enalanto incedisayo uba ikwazi ukuva waze wena waphendula emveni koko. Kutheni wenze njalo?
Ndiqondile uba andizukufumana ukuphumla kule nto uba khange sithethe ngale nto and ngokwayibuzayo andimphendulanga kuqala.
I realized that I will get no rest since we did not even talk about this. So, and I also did not give him a response at first. I might as well respond.
And then just explain to us the way you responded here. I maintain myself well, exercises keep me younger. Why did you respond in that way?
Kutheni ke ngoku uye wamphendula ngolu hlobo lokokuba indlela owenza ngayo ke ukwazi ukuziphatha uthe uyakwazi apha ukuziphatha uthi waqoba wachaza into yoba umane ke usenza ne-exercises zezi zikwenza into yoba ukhangeleke usemncinane. Kutheni le nto uphendule ngolu hlobo apha?
Ndimphendulela uba ayiqonde indlela endenza ngayo nemenza uba acinge uba ndisemncinci.
My response was to make sure that he understands the way I do things and also satisfies the thought that he had on I look younger.
Then the conversation went on, and then just explain to us at the bottom the message timestamped 1918, the response by the respondent. That is now on your response by your voice again. Am I correct?
1918.
Yes, the last message on the page.
Lempendulo li iphendula ngendaba yelizwi lakho. Lempendulo yakhe ethi nzawukhe ndiyijonge. And by the way, the translation of that says, I will have a look at it.
Uphendula into ebesendlulile mna kuyo.
He is responding to something I had already dealt with. I had gone past it.
So we are jumping now back again to the voice issue, is that correct?
Siyaphinda ke ngoku sibuyela emva kumcimbi welizwi.
Kunjalo.
That's correct.
All right. And then if you turn to page 1162, now the last message on the previous page is now the one in the middle of this page. Do you see that? Okay. Then your response to that is laughing faces and fingers that were crossed. What do you mean by that?
Impendulo yakho ke ngoku kwakhona apha kulaa mpendulo yakhe bekhe wathi uzawukhayijonge. Wena uthumela oonodolazana abahlekayo nale minwe.
Ndithumela nodolazana abahlekayo ngoba bendithe nqa ukuba uzaba nexesha lokujongana nale nto mna ndiyithethayo uba ukuziphatha kakuhle kukuthini. Okwesibini,
I was sending laughing emojis because I was surprised that he will have all the time to sit and have a look at the fact that I'm saying I'm conducting myself well. Secondly,
ndabeka ke laa minwe iphitheneyo ke phaa ngokokwam ke laa minwe ibingunyani.
then I had placed the crossed fingers emoji. Now to me, that emoji says, truly, really?
Sorry, I'm lost. Which message are we dealing with now?
It's on 1919, the complainant's message, the green one, where she responded to the JP. It's on 1162. The third one from the bottom. And then the respondent requested you, how would you prove it? How did you feel about that response from him? And what did you think of it?
Waphendula ke yena ngalombuzo wokuba uzayibonakalisa njani ke lonto ikwenze waziva njani ke wena le
Ukuba bendimjongile ngendirole amehlo.
If I was in a position of facing him, I would have rolled my eyes.
But what did you think he meant by that comment? How would you prove it? How did you see it?
Ubone njani wena lo myalezo?
Impendulo yalo mbuzo ilapha ezantsi kulaa mpendulo yam kaWhatsApp. Nguye umuntu ebefuna uyijonga.
The response to that question is actually depicted just beneath the actual message, that he's the one who wanted to have a look at it.
Can you give us the translation of that last message, please?
On 1921,
Yes.
page 1162, the green box, translation, you are the one who wants to look at it. My part would be giving you a task.
What?
Pardon, Chair? The full sentence ends up to, after the translation of you are the one who wants to look at it, my part would be giving you a task.
Just explain to us this response of you. What did you mean by that?
Khawucaciseke le mpendulo yakho buthetha ukuthini ngayo le mpendulo.
Bendithetha ukuthi kuba yena le nto angayiqondiyo makayiqonde aziphi ixesha njengokube nalo ixesha lokujonga le nto afuna uyijonga nento afuna uyazi.
I meant by this that since he's the one who wants to make time in understanding something and he seems to have the time to do so, he should therefore take time and understand whatever it is that he wants to understand.
I want to understand, why did you say my part would be giving you a task? Explain that to us.
Ufuna uqonda le ndawo ke apho uthi eyakho inxalenye yeyokokuba uvele umnike into okwenza. Kwakutheni uzutsho apha?
Ndandiphendulela ukuba ndimnike elixesha alifunayo loba ajonge lento afuna uyijonga.
I was responding to what he had said, that he wants to look at whatever it is that he wants to look at. So I was giving an answer to that.
Yeah?
And loo nto ibiza kwenzeka ngokuba ndimvumele.
And that will only happen by when I allow him to do so.
Ngokubuza le mibuzo ke ayibuzayo.
By allowing him to ask the questions that he's been asking.
So do I understand you correctly? You were not giving him a task specifically, you allow him to look.
Ndikuva kakuhle ukuba uthi ubungamniki into okwenza ncam. Kodwa ubumvumela nje into yoba makenze lento afuna ukuyenza yokukhangela.
Not directly uba ndimnike into yokwenza okanye ndiyamvumela. Hayi.
Not directly that I'm giving him something to do. No.
Can you explain to the panel why you responded in that way?
Ungacacisa uba kutheni lento uye waphendula ngolu hlobo?
Bendifuna ukumnika elixesha alifunayo ukuze yena afumane lento afuna uyibona okanye afuna uyiva ngazo zonke ezi zinto anibuza zona.
I wanted to give him time to have a look at what he wanted to look at, or discover whatever he wants to discover.
All right, and then when you turn to page 1163 on the next page, then he says, come out clear, how? Asking you about giving him a task. What was your response there?
Uphendule wathini ke ngoku xa yena esithi apha vela elubala njani? Uphendule wathini wena?
Ndiphendule ngokuthi a chance for you ukuba uyijonge.
My response was a chance for you to look for it.
Then you determine what you're looking for.
So is that your explanation of your previous message to give you a task? Because he now asks you, come out clear, how? And then you explain to him what you meant.
Ingcaciso ke ngoku le esukela kulaa mpendulo yakho yokuqala emveni koba yena eye wathi khawucacise uphumela ubala kanjani, waphendula ke ngoku wena ngolu hlobo.
Kunjalo ngoba ndibonile uba kandiqondi.
That is correct, because I noticed that he does not understand.
How did you feel about his response after that when he said, not easy, eh?
Uzive njani ke ngoku ngale mpendulo yakhe ethi ayikho lula?
Ndivuyile ngaphakathi.
I was very happy inside.
Why you say that?
Utheni usitsho?
Ngoba khange ayicingele uba ndizawuphendula ngelaa hlobo ndiphendule ngalo.
Because he did not think I would respond in the manner I did.
But what I want to ask you, how did you feel about his response? Not easy, eh? Because I see you made a monkey face with hands on the eyes.
Endifuna ukuqonda okokuba le mpendulo yakhe apha ithe akho lula. Ndibone yakho impendulo ke ngoku kuleya ngalankawana ke ngoku ivale ubuso. Uzive kanjani wena ngale mpendulo njengoba sowuphendula ohlobo?
Lankawana ke bendithanda ukuyisebenzisa ku-express indlela endiva ngayo. Nakulena ke nakwesi sihlandlo bendikwanazo neentloni zalento yoba athi yena not easy hey.
This monkey emoji, I would use it in particular explaining the manner in which I feel or the way I feel. Even in this instance, it's the embarrassment I'm still feeling, even though he mentioned that not easy, hey, I still felt embarrassed.
And then he continued to say that, truth be told, I have no reason to doubt your word. And then there was nothing wrong with that response of him. Is that correct?
Waqhubeka ke naye sithi hayi masiyithethe inyani asikho isizathu sokuba ndithandabuze amazwi akho kanye ilizwi lakho khange kuphinde kube khona enye into ikhona into mhlambe igxeke wena oyivayo ngalomyalezo.
Akhange ndigxeke nto kodwa ndithathe into enye pha kula message into ba ngoku noba ibingathethi ngalento besithetha ngayo ku WhatsApp kukuba ukuthemba oku okanye igama ebendilijonga ngako kwaye indlela enti-observe ngayo umuntu xa umjongile uyamthemba.
Can I ask her to repeat, Chair, for the benefit of correct translation or interpreting, please? She said quite a mouthful.
Yes. Sometimes when you feel a weakness is going for too long, you have the prerogative to raise your hand and say stop.
Okay.
So that you
Thank
can
you.
interpret.
Thank you, Chair. Khawuyenza ibese isiqendu ne uyithethe yonke kodwa khanda ahlulele kwenza abantu okwazi uyitolika.
Into endiye ndayithanda kule message.
What I loved about this message
Into ba iye yakhona indawo apho athi truth be told.
is the fact that there's a portion where he mentioned the following, truth be told.
And that I have no reason to doubt your word.
And went further on to say, I have no reason to doubt your word.
Kum ke lonto iye yabonakalisa ukundithemba.
To me, that showed that I was now trusted. Okay.
But then on page 1164, there was a shift in the type of messaging that came through. At 1927, the respondent said the following, maybe a few pics you sent may serve as halfway proof. How did you feel when this message came through?
Yajika ke ngoku incoko kwaphela ku page 1164 ixesha imizuzu ngama-27 emveni kwensimbi yesixhenxe ngokuhlwa apho athi mhlawumbi imifanekiso embalwa ingathi kanti ndivezele ubungqina nokokuba ke buphele esithubeni. Ikwenze waziva njani ke ngoku yona le indawo yomyalezo?
Ibe nako ukundikhwanqisa kancinci.
It had an element of shock.
Nalapho ndazixelela uba mandingabi ngumntu njengokuba sele endithembile nje.
Even in that, I had then decided, let me not be a particular person, given the fact that he has already trusted me.
Ngoba ndiyayibona ngoku incoko uba iyatshintsha.
Because now I can see and I can observe that the conversation is now changing.
I don't think I follow you. What do you mean by that?
Andiqondi uba ndiyakulandela uthetha ukuthini.
Ndithetha ukuthi ukuba angavela qale ngokuske mna kwi-previous message uba siyajonga phaa phezulu lesingakhange sithethe ngayo. I think kufuneka ndithethile ngayo ke ngoku ngokuba ebendithemba.
This comes or emanates from the above chat, which is the one we did not really discuss. And I made mention earlier of now that I observed that he trusts me.
Kula message ndiyatsho nam uba it's hard to trust these days.
And in my response or message, I do make mention that it's hard to trust these days.
So incoko ngale ndlela ndiyibona ngayo ke ngoku ibiseyitshintsha.
So now, in me observing the conversation now, I then realized the conversation is now changing.
Yes, and my question was, how did you feel about this shift in the conversation? What was your initial feelings when it shifted?
Umbuzo wami ke ngoku uthi sowuqaphele wabona uba ngoku incoko iyajika. Uye waziva njani emveni koba uye wayiqaphela into yoba incoko ngoku iyajika iseyiyo le besithetha ngayo?
Bendinayo into ethi but kuba yena engazundiva ndingamboni yinto ebendizenzela yona mna, but kuba bendizixelela uba ndizamyeka athethe ndizamphendula xa ethethayo.
I had something in me that's more of, I would like to say, Chair, a sigh of But in my head, I said I would allow him to speak and I will respond after he had spoken.
All right. I don't think you understand my question. He's now asking you for pictures. Send me pics to serve as halfway proof. What did you understand by this message and how did that make you feel?
Mamela ke, ndifuna uve kakuhle umbuzo wami. Njengoba eye wakuthumelela lo myalezo lo, othi mhlawumbi imifanekiso embalwana ongayithumela ingade ibe bubungqina noba buphele esithubeni. Uye waziva njani ngalo myalezo lo?
Ilento ndiye ndathi and kum engqondweni kubuye laa nto bendithetha ngayo uba ukuziphatha kakuhle kukuthini. Ndiye ndacinga.
That message is the message that made me have this sigh of Because in my head, I went back to the message where I spoke of conducting self in a good way. I then had to think.
And I see you did not respond, and then there was another message from the respondent at a minute later with eyes looking at you.
Ndiyabona ba ke awukhange uphendule lo myalezo. Emveni komzuzu nje ethumele wavela wathumela amehlo.
Ewe uye wathumela amehlo ngoba bendingamphenduli bendisekula period ka
Yes, he sent the eyes emoji because I was still in the moment.
So you did not respond and you got this eye emoji, and what then? What did you feel then?
Awaphendula wabe unala mehlo. Wathini ke emveni koko?
Ndiye ndaqonda uba emveni koba ethumelela amehlo uba heyi andizuphola apha kuye ngoba kwa before kwi-conversation engaphambili xa ndingaphendulanga uzazithumela zibe ninzi ke iya-irritator ke laa nto.
I realized that there is no way I will be cooled off from this, because from the previous messages as well, if I don't respond, he will continuously be sending these things, and it's actually annoying.
Then I would like you to explain the way you answered here. You said here, we'll try to take more, but currently lost the most. My phone deleted everything recently.
Uphendulile ke wena apha wathi uzawuzama into bana ube namafoto ke owathathayo kodwa okwakaloku nje alahlekile amaninzi ngoba ifoni yakho iye yacima kwanto neza ngoku izinto izicimile.
Ndiphendule ngolo hlobo.
I responded in that fashion.
Why?
Ngoba
Futhi bendingathethi inyani. Qha
On
bengafuna
top of-
ukuthumela picture.
on top of it, I was not telling the truth. I was lying. I just didn't want to send a picture.
And then,
Why did you not want to send the picture? I'm sorry, Ms. Skeepers, but it's something just to clarify. Why did you not want to send the picture?
Pardon, Tash?
Why did you not want to send a picture?
Utheni ungakhange ufuna ukumthumela umfanekiso?
Hayi, ndizamthumela njani ngoba kaloku uyandibona emsebenzini. Kutheni ndizawuthumela ipicture yam kuye ngefoni?
No, why would I send him a picture? He does see me at work. Why must I send a picture to him with my phone? Nkosi.
did you send a picture that night?
Uthumele umfanekiso wakho ke ngoba busuku?
Hayi, andiwuthumelanga.
No, I did not.
And I want to ask you, at this stage when you replied to say that you will try to take more photos because it was deleted, he replied to say, kidding. What did you think when he replied that way?
Amela ke. Njengoba utshilo wena ba uzawuzama ukuthatha ezinye pictures ulahlekele ezi pictures zonke ifoni izicimile yena wathi uyadlala. Ucinge ntoni wena ngalento yoba athi uyadlala?
Phambi koba athi uyadlala uthe hayi, kidding.
Before he said kidding, he said hi. Then he said kidding.
Ukuza ke ngoku kwimpendulo yalombuzo wakho. Ndiphendule ngolahlobo kuba ndiye ndaqonda ke ngokuba uyayibona ngokuba into iyangaphi. Uyandiunderstand uba andifuna umthumelela le picture.
So to come to your question, I believe that he now realized where the conversation is going about of me sending a picture. I don't want to send a picture to him. Then he realized that it's not going to happen.
And you responded by saying, cool.
Waphendula ke wena apha ngokhulu ononodolazana ohlekayo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
What did you feel at that stage?
Uva njani ke ngoku ngeli xesha uthumela lento yalonodolazana ohlekayo neligama?
Ndiye relieved.
I was relieved. Kwathi who?
But then the next message came through from the respondent. Few that you've got.
Waphinda kwangena umyalezo kwakhona kuye esithi ezimbalwana nje onazo.
Ndaye ndabona uyandivavanya ke ngoku.
I then realized that he's now really testing me.
And just to be clear, what did he mean by the few that you've got? What did you understand? What did he mean by that?
Uqonde ntoni wena ngalo myalezo xa esithi ezimbalwana nje onazo? Uye waqonda ntoni wena ngawo lo myalezo?
Ndiye ndaqonda uba inako ukufuna ukundinyanzela uba okanye ukundixelela uba asoze ndingabi nazo. So ezo zimbalwa ndinazo mandizithumele.
I realized that it has an element of saying that there is no way you would not have, or it has an element of telling me to send or forcing me to send. There's no way I would not have a single picture.
And then you responded by saying, will do.
Waphen-
That's now on the next page, 1165.
Kwiphepha ke ngoku 1165 wena waphendula wathi uyakwenje njalo.
Ndiphendule ngolo hlobo.
I responded in that fashion.
just explain to us why did you respond that way?
Khawusicaciseleke ba kutheni lento uye waphendula ngola hlobo.
Bendingafuna ube ndiphikisana naye kodwa bendizazi mna uba andizuzithumela.
I just did not want to be in any exchange or argumentative position with him because I knew that I will not send.
And that response from you was on 19:30 that evening. Then there was 2 minutes past, and then the respondent gave you a response with emojis again. It's the eyes and the face with the tongue out, a monkey with the eyes closed, and a boy with his hands on his head. With the next one, yes, let's first go to that one. Did you respond to that message?
Kudlule nje kwayimizuzu mibini wangena ke ngezi emojis emifanekiso ngamehlo kulonodolazana unelwimi eliphandle iphindi ibe ngunkawana obeke izandla zakhe ebusweni nale kwekwanana ke ngokithwela izandla enhloko. Uqonde ntoni wena ngezi zinto?
Ngokwendlela endiye ndajonga ngayo ndiye ndabona uba ulinde ngamehlo abomvu, that's why ethe gqala amehlo ba.
The way I read those emojis, I then realized that he is really looking forward to see these pictures, especially having the eyes emoji there.
Okwesibini la nodolazana wesibini mna understanda xa urhala kukho into irhalelayo.
And secondly, the second emoji, my understanding of that emoji is when you really I'm trying to get my English bundles, Che. Ukhala. I feel lust is a bit harsh, or it's lust basically, but in a context of this, yeah. Or desire, I think. Desire sounds more calm.
Appropriate.
Che.
All right, and that message from him was forwarded to you at 19:32, and then you did not respond. And then at 2017, there was another message from the respondent. If you can just give us a translation of that as well, please.
Ngo-2017 seyimizuzu ngokilishumi elinesixhenxe emveni kwensimbi yesibhozo ngokuhlwa uyathumela ke naye impendulo uthi cwaka nalo nodolazana ubambe isandla esilevini. The word cwaka is silence.
Ewe andiphendulanga. Uye wathumela ke lento ayithumeleyo uba cwaka.
Yes, I did not respond. And indeed, he sent what he sent, which means silence.
And then, if you can just give us a translation of your response as well, and that was also a few minutes after the question silence, at 2022. What did you respond there?
Waphinda kwakhona kwanemizuzu noko ekhoyo phakathi kwalampendulo yakhe ukuza ke ngoku kwimpendulo yakho apho ndiza kuyitolika kuba buzifuna kwangoku na uxolo bendisajima. The direct translation of that, did you want them now? I'm sorry, I was gymming. Bendisajima. I was still gymming.
Why did you respond in this way?
Kutheni ke apha uye waphendula ngolu hlobo?
Ndibonile uba kufuneka ndicacisile ngoku uba ndithulele nto ndingaphenduli.
I saw that now I'm required to explain as to why am I quiet and not giving a response?
Right, and then he continued to say, if it won't offend.
Waqhubekeka ke yena wathi ukuba ngabana ayizokukhubekisa.
And you also did not respond to that, and then 4 minutes later, he sends you pictures of the hands where the fingers, the forefinger and the thumb touches each other. What did you think of those emojis?
Awaphendula nakule yahamba imizuzu wathumela ezizandla azivezileyo apha. Ubucinga ba zithetha ukuthini ke ngoku ezi emoji?
Ndiye ndabona uba ithemba alikapheli kuye, usenalo laa themba, laa nto yoba ebendithemba njengokuba betshilo ngaphambili.
I noticed that he has not lost hope. He still has hope, like he had trusted me initially. He still has that.
Meaning that you will send the pictures.
Ndithetha ukuthi loo nto uzawuthi uzithumele wena ezi pictures.
Hayi, bendingazozithumela.
No, I was not going to send them.
No, you say that he trusted you, that you will send the pictures.
Mamela.
That's what I'm asking.
Uthi ebekuthemba ndithi utsho. Ekuthemba nje uthi ke ngoku ebekuthemba uba uzawude uyithumele le mifanekiso.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
I think we should stop here. We'll continue from this point tomorrow morning. We have to stop now. But before we do so, may I find out from the legal representatives and everyone else whether it would be possible to start at 9:30. If I may finish my sentence before, let me add this before you respond. The idea being that if we start at 9:30, instead of waiting until 10 o'clock the whole morning, if we start at 9:30, we will then have lunch as usual, 1 o'clock to 1:45, 15 minutes extra we have. And then because you have started at 9:30, we stop at 3:30. And with the 15 minutes extra of lunchtime, we are actually expending more hours than is normally the case per day. So are we comfortable to start at 9:30? Is there any objection? There is no objection, right?
No objection.
Yes. That being the case, we are going to adjourn now and we'll proceed tomorrow morning. And Ms. Mengo, you must be the first person to arrive here because you are the center of attraction.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, let us adjourn until tomorrow 9:30. Sorry, you can still stand. Sorry. I've been told that this room gets locked. So you could leave your things safely in here if you so wish. We adjourn. Thank you.